Good morning to all present here this morning. Good morning, colleagues, deputy ministers, officials from the departments. Good morning and welcome to today's meeting. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend.
Morning, Chair. Morning. Thank you.
Colleagues, yeah, we've got a tight schedule today. We've got to do 3 presentations. So I would like us just to start in the right manner. May I then ask that we have a moment of silent prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. Any apologies? I received 2 apologies from the minister and the DG. They both in, if I'm correct, both of them are in Lesotho. Any other apologies, Nasipo?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, from Ms. Kaula. She has indicated that she might join the meeting a bit late due to network issues where she is now. That is all.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, before we start with our business, can I ask that we approve the agenda? I'll come to you now, Minister. Can I ask that we approve the agenda for today's meeting? Honorable Didlanga.
Morning, Chair, and all the members. I rise to move for the adoption of the agenda as displayed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. I second.
Thank you. Honorable Ditebe.
Chair, I intended to second Honorable Zalanga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister Matlobo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Ompason and members, the MC Tlulu. On the apologies, Chair, I want us to record 2 DDGs. DDG Lusenga, responsible for international cooperation. She has joined the minister. She's responsible for that program. And DDG Muchotli, she's on a family commitment. Those are the 2 from our side. Under apologies, Your Excellency Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues and presenters of the 3 presentations. May I please ask you that we don't dwell on your mission and vision statements and let we go directly into the work you are presenting to us today. We all understand your mission and your vision. We've been dealing with that for many years, and the members had the opportunity to go through these agendas. I'm going to allow and I'm going to be strict today, otherwise we will not get through all the questions, and I believe there would be a lot of questions today by members of Parliament. So I am going to ask that we make sure that you stick to the 20 minutes that I give you. The committee would afford you to do a presentation and not a verbatim presentation on this 95 pages of the department and the others, so that we get the gist of what you want to present to us so that the members get ample opportunity to ask questions. I'm now handing over to you, Deputy Minister. I believe you would lead the delegation from the department. Thank you very much.
Now, thank you very much, Your Excellency, our Honorable Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee, Leon Passon, and members of the Portfolio Committee. We hope that we had a blessed Passover, including the Easter weekend. And also to my colleague and brother, Honorable DMC Tlulu, is here with us while leading the delegation. On our side, Chairperson, we are having the delegation administratively led by the CFO. He's acting on behalf of DG Phillips. CFO is Franz Motze. You know him, supported by the DDGs, DDG Fundagube, Dr. Mate, Mr. Zwane, and acting DDG Mabuda and acting DDG Dr. Matlala, and our special advisor to the Minister, Comrade China Dodovu. The TCTA team is led by the chair of the board, Ms. Precious Spear, supported by the CEO and Date PCC chairman, and there's also the CFO that they are with together. Our Water Research Commission chairperson is led by Dr. Ritabile Melamu, the chairperson of the board, and supported by the CEO, Dr. Jennifer Mulwantwa, and other members that are there. In the main, chairperson, we will start with the first presentation done by the Department of Water and Sanitation, will be followed by the TCTA, the Caledon Tunnel Authority, will also be followed by the Water Research Commission. According to the guidelines that we have given, the chairs will introduce the matters, and then the accounting officers will then take us through the presentation at a high level. In the main, chairperson, we are presenting the strategic plan until 2030. We are also presenting the APPs in all three instances. As we are aware and we are supported by yourself, we are in a journey to ensure that there is water security in our country. There is also water services and sanitation supply for all, including the reliability, chairperson, as well graced by yourself and other members of the portfolio committee. We are now approaching the last leg of the 2030 National Development Plan, including the SDGs. As a country, we're at a stage, chairperson, where we need to indicate we will not meet the targets, but will have made significant impact. The reason why we're looking at this, chair, is that the demand for water in our country, as we're all aware, it has risen exponentially on the basis of the growth in our economies compared to 1994. There's a high demand by many economic sectors. Our population has grown. There are issues of urbanization that has happened, especially in the key centers like your Johannesburg, your Cape Town, Durban, and others. But then there are also issues of climate change and issues of international obligation that will impact on water security. Hence, our plan will demonstrate to you how far are we going to ensure that there is a proper investment to ensure that the major bulk water resource infrastructure projects, they are being brought back on track. They are delivered in as much as most of them, you are aware, chairperson, they were delayed. But then there's been an effort, including your own assessment in Lesotho, where the minister is, to bring all of them back on track so that we don't have a water security problem beyond 2030. And the other issue, we're also presenting this strategic plan in the APP. We are quite aware that many sectors and many communities in our country are experiencing water and sanitation service delivery failures. And there's a lack of responsiveness by most of our institutions, especially municipalities. In other words, there are parts of our country where there is water insecurity. In as much as we do have water balance, there are areas where there is a scarcity. There is no drop at all or infrastructure. In certain areas, chairperson, there is intermittent supply where communities, they go for days or for hours without water. In some communities, there is no water at all. We are also presenting these plans, Chair, on the basis of a number of reports produced by the AG National Treasurer, experts, including ourselves, they drop reports, wherein Minister Majodina has now identified 105 out of 144 water services authorities. Those 105 water services authorities, they have a service delivery crisis. It's no longer a problem. It's a crisis on the basis of the 3 reports that were produced. And many communities, they don't trust them. There's a trust deficit. And these municipalities, they have no ability to discharge their constitutional responsibilities when it comes to basic services like water and sanitation. They can't manage their infrastructure, whether it's water treatment works, whether it is the wastewater treatment works. Our view, Chairperson, when we present this plan, is that the department alone will not be able to resolve all these challenges. We require the local government leadership to prioritize the turnaround strategies as agreed with them for their respective municipalities. And in the main, we are proceeding with the reforms, ensuring that there is no community that is left behind. Our reform agenda, both for water security and water services and sanitation provision and reliability, is based on changing the current delivery or implementation model in totality. In the last 8 years, it has worked, and now we have to change it on the basis that 105 out of 144, they're in a disarray. The issues of increasing investment through financing options and ensuring financial viability of the sector is what our plan would look at. The issues of strengthening the technical and operational capacity and efficiency is at the center of our reforms. And the issues of building partnership through building water resilient and sensitive communities is part of this plan. And then the last component is fighting criminality and corruption in the sector. Those are some of the key aspects, Chairperson, that we thought we need to be able to exchange with yourselves on the basis of the plan as President demanded that we produce a turnaround plan for the sector, because water has been prioritized as priority number 1. Therefore, at this stage, I will ask the acting DG, Franz Motse, in the next 15 minutes and the team, just to go through the high-level presentation and avoid the issues that you said they must avoid. And the documentation, which is the strategic plan and APP, have been circulated by yourselves, but the PowerPoint presentation is a summary of our outlook. Thank you very much, Chairperson. With your permission, I can give it to Mr. Motse.
Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee members, DM. We will cover the 2 areas as you have indicated. My colleague Babala will shoot straight to the highlights of the first part of the presentation, and then I will do likewise on the financial part of the presentation.
Thank you, CFO. If we just go to the slide 8 of the presentation, this is just to highlight the alignment of the plans that we're submitting to the Portfolio Committee with key strategic international and government programs as highlighted by the DM slide 8. I've jumped the legislative mandate on slide 8. And then just also to augment what the Deputy Minister highlighted, just to indicate the situation analysis that is on slide 9 and 10, which indicates water security issues and challenges that we're trying to mitigate over the next 5 years of access to water, of degradation of wetlands, of sewage and pollution, and also impacts on climate change. And another issue that we would want to mitigate is to ensure that our water resources development, this is on slide 10, water resources development projects are actually implemented as planned, and all the blockages that were there before are implemented as planned. Also, the issue, what we're highlighting of importance is that we've got the 2 bills and also the water resources management agencies, which are the catchment management agencies that will assist us with the water resource management activities. Another issue, slide 11, he indicates the critical issues of our water resources mix needs to be diversified. As you see in this slide, it actually indicates that we are highly reliant on surface water, whereas groundwater and other sources, water sources, are underutilized. A key thing from this slide is to highlight to the portfolio committee members on the funding sources. The economic infrastructure projects are funded from the markets, and also our social projects are funded by the grants, as you will see in the subsequent slide. Of importance to ensure that there's a water security in the country is the implementation of water conservation and demand management strategies to ensure that we are not over-consuming the current slide 12 of our national average. Currently, it is slightly above the international average. So we have to ensure that as the driest country in the world, our average consumption of water per capita is within acceptable standards. Slide 13, we're just highlighting the issues that were identified by the green, blue, and no drop results, deteriorating water quality issues, loss of water from non-revenue water, and which the Deputy Minister highlighted that there are 105 water services authorities who have been found to have critical systems in their areas of operation. I will jump slide 14. This is just to highlight the issues of when the green drops are going to be published. But slide 15 also is just what the Deputy Minister highlighted, that we might not be on track to achieve our sustainable development goals because we still have got issues of access to clean water, sanitation issues, raw water quality still not in a good standard, and also water use efficiency as highlighted by the drops. The Deputy Minister also highlighted what came out of the water and sanitation in Daba of the 5 pillars, which I'm not necessarily going to repeat in this one. But what I would want to highlight to the committees on slide 17 of the additional reforms that we are going to be talking to, which will come through the water services amendment bills, other engagements with National Treasury, and also the Operation Vulindlela activities. If you highlight just on the strategic plan, slide 90, based on all these challenges that we've actually highlighted, the issues that we've got 5 priorities for the next 5 years, and that actually indicates that firstly, we improve the reliability of services, water services for those that have got access to water and sanitation, and also those that do not have access, we have to ensure that there's access for those communities. Then if you go to slide 20, it highlights what we have been highlighting is that we have to increase the other water sources, groundwater reuse and desalination as a proportion to our water mix to ensure that they play a key and essential role in our water security. That does not necessarily mean that we will stop implementing water resources development projects. There's still room for that, but the increase of these alternative sources is of critical importance. Also, the intention over the next 5 years is to ensure that we halt the decline in the ecological condition of our rivers, at least by a percentage. And then if you go to slide 21, we are talking to how we plan to halt the decline of the municipal water and sanitation services. All those systems, water supply systems that are in critical condition, wastewater systems that are also in critical condition, we plan to reduce those. And also the national average for non-revenue water, we are planning to reduce those by the end of the term. Lastly, on the strategic plan, just to improve the efficiency of the organization by implementing digitalization initiatives. And also we want to ensure that none of our entities are actually unsustainable. In terms of the annual performance plan, Chairperson, if you'll allow me, the various programs are just indicated there. I would just want to draw the committee's attention to slide 40, where we're highlighting the list of planned projects. As I'd indicated for the grants, it's a total of 500 projects planned for construction within the water services space. The disaggregation per grant is indicated at 86 for regional park, 391 for water services. Budget for facility infrastructure is 15, and we're currently planning to continue with the 8 interventions that we had in the previous financial year. What we have done as part of the annexure is to disaggregate these numbers and to ensure that there is a list of all the benefiting municipalities and also district municipalities. That is part of the annexure. If you'll allow me, Chairperson, I will have to hand over to the CFO to talk to the financial aspects of the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll move straight to slide number 45, summarizing the allocation of the department as well as the water trading entity. The allocation consists of money funded from the National Treasury through the vote, as well as the water trading entities' sale of raw water. I think what is key in our message here, Chairperson, is that the department has managed to optimize the budget over the years. We have reduced the under expenditure in the previous financial years, and our preliminary financial outcomes as well for the 24-25 financial year, we are at 99.9 plus spending, and we are also making sure that this budget is aligned to the priorities of government, that we spend it efficiently, economically, and effectively. So as we proceed into the MTF, we are still continuing to implement the financial turnaround plans. Chairperson will recall that in the recent past, we had challenges of going concern, especially on the water trading entity, where we had overdraft of about 2 billion, and then also irregular expenditures. In total, we had 17 billion. So we are still continuing, and most of those cases that we are dealing with are still linked to the investigations, as well as some of the we are also, Chairperson, ensuring.
The minister makes much of this, and he says, "Oh, this shows what a public announcement it is. I must do it in Parliament, and everybody will know about it."
Chairperson, there's someone interfering with my people, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DM. Yes, I was saying, Chairperson, that we are dealing with those historic cases. We have exit strategies on those historic contracts which were found to be irregular. We're implementing the turnaround plans, but also that we managed to turn around the audit outcomes from qualified audit opinions to unqualified, and we are also working on achieving clean audits. We can move to slide number 46, which summarizes the irregular expenditures, it gives the trend analysis over the years, as indicated, Chairperson, that it is our goal to eliminate all these improper expenditures. And in the coming financial year, which we are presenting today to the Portfolio Committee, we are hopeful that most of those cases that we are busy with would have concluded, including the condonations as well as the exit plans out of those. Similarly, on slide number 47, it relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. On the vote, we haven't reported any incidents. However, on the water trading entity, we still incurred some of the losses, especially on the construction unit of the department. At some point, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was averaging 1.7 billion in the past, and now we are at 12 million as per the last quarter that we reported to the Portfolio Committee. And we have developed and we are implementing construction efficiency strategy where we are turning around the construction unit of the department. And we are also hopeful that as we present this budget, we will be able to eliminate those losses as we are implementing various measures, including the infrastructure procurement strategy. The next slide, slide number 48, those are the allocations. In the main, Chairperson, our budget increased from the prior year. It included the inflation adjustment and cost of living adjustment for our compensation of employees. And we are also having a significant budget line item for transfers and subsidies, which includes transfers to the water trading entity, our CMAs, as well as transfers to municipalities. We have put in measures to ensure compliance. We are implementing effective monitoring of these transfers. There's due diligence that we are also implementing to ensure that all these transfers are used for the intended purpose. The next slide is the water trading entity. As indicated earlier on, we are funding the water trading entity mainly from the raw water sales, and there are measures to ensure that we collect all the billed amounts. We do have revenue enhancement strategy. Our credit control measures are being implemented. We've appointed the debt collectors who are also making use of the IGR avenues, and where required, we do take litigation against those who are not paying their accounts. So a significant portion of this program, Chair, relates to financing and investment in raw water. That is mainly repayment of loans through our account TCTA, as well as acid mine drainage. My colleague, the CFO for TCTA, will be talking more about those. Slide number 50 is a breakdown of our allocations per province, and we do have also annexure of a breakdown per municipality. We have business plans and implementation plans for all these projects that we have listed in here. The same continues on slide number 51. This is the same grant, but under Schedule 6B of the Division of Revenue Act. This is where the department, in most cases, intervene, and we appoint implementing agents, which includes our water boards or municipalities. Then we can move to the departmental entities. We have included now the CMAs, which my colleague also covered when she presented the first part. Those CMAs are part of our entities. We are making transfers to the CMAs. Chair can notice that for Breed Holy Funds as well as in Komati, too, the amounts are slightly high. It's because the other agencies, the CMAs, are still largely working with the department. We are having traditional arrangements with them.
As we conclude, CFO.
Yes, the last slide, on slide number 53, is just a chairperson of our augmentation funded projects, and we do have details as DM indicated in our APP for all these projects. So the details are covered. The rest of the presentation relates to annexures. Thank you very much, Chairperson and DM.
Chairperson, with your permission at this stage, I'll ask the Chairperson of TCTA, Omama Precious Sbia Sotobe, and the team of the CE, with your permission to do TCTA.
Yeah. TCTA, you can continue. Thank you, Minister.
We are requesting Chair of the Board to open your mic through you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the Deputy Ministers for the Department of Water and Sanitation. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and good morning to all the members and everyone who's joining us on this platform. I'm the chairperson of the TCTA board. Thank you very much. I see the presentation is already up. I'm joined by the CEO, Mr. Pesiche Sechemane, and the CFO, Ms. Andiswa Zinja. They will do the presentation and will follow the guide as given by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Basson, that they will just highlight the selling points because the presentation was circulated to everyone up front. But on behalf of TCTA, before I hand over to the CE, I would like to thank the Portfolio Committee. We were informed that they did a visit one of our most critical projects, the Lesotho Highlands scheme, the second phase, which is currently being executed. We are aware that the Portfolio Committee went there. We would like to express our appreciation to the Portfolio Committee for that a visit to that project. It's a very critical project for us. I think also for the members, it's also to note that they are aware that we were executing a very critical project as TCTA at the present moment, which was a 6-month shutdown, which started in October. We are right at the end with closing the project on the South African side. As TCTA, we have completed all the work that is required. What is left now is for the Lesotho side, which is handled by the agency in Lesotho, to complete the work, and then the water will start also flowing back. And this was one of the biggest ones because it happens every 5 years that we do a shutdown of the system for the 6 months. We are expecting something to happen for the water to flow back in the country during the month of May. Thank you very much for all your support on that. Thank you very much. I will hand over then to the CE for the presentation just on a high level to deal with the corporate plan of the organization, and also the CFO to deal with the financial aspect. Thank you. Over to you, CE.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Deputy Ministers, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, and other committee members, good morning. I would skip the first 13 slides, the talking about what TCTA is about, and in line with the mandate from the chairperson, perhaps the only thing I can talk to is just we have actually aligned this with the government outcomes, but maybe starting at the next slide, which is slide 14. This now specifically talks to what we need to be looking at. The first slide really talks to what we also picked out of the State of the Nation address from the President, where 3 of the projects that we are busy with are actually handled by TCTA, which is the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2, the Mkomazi Project, and the Mzimvubu Water Project And the president also announced the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to unlock much greater investment in projects. Next slide. Now talking specifically to the project, we are doing different outputs in line with the minister's mandate on the different projects. We're starting with those projects where we are working with the department and giving more advisory role rather than being able dealing with the projects directly. The first one is Mzimvubu, and I'll touch a bit on each Nwamitwa Dam project, and then the projects that we are responsible for ourselves, and then looking at the assets that are under our control in terms of operations, which would be the acid mine drainage, and also the delivery tunnel north, which is still part of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. But as soon as the water moves across the border from Lesotho into South Africa, as the chairperson was saying, this is the part that TCTA is responsible for. Can we go to the next slide? This is the Mzimvubu project. Here, the department is the implementing agent, and TCTA is providing project management advisory role, which really includes project support, environmental and social management, and looking at the occupational health and safety services for DWS to do the stage 1 and 2. The key project activities at this stage are the completion of the 17-kilometer access road and the commencement of construction activities for the Ntabelanga Dam. We show in the stages in terms of the cost of the project and where we are at this stage. There is, however, a worrying issue here that this project has been delayed for quite some time, and as we speak, there are issues as well that are part of the challenges that we talk about, where we have a part of the community, especially those that are calling themselves a business forum, who are holding the development of the project or the implementation at bay because they are claiming that they can do everything. One has to remember that this project is not financially viable, but it makes sense to actually have it there as a trigger for economic activity. Now we have some of the communities that say they can actually do everything. I'm not sure from a point of view of how they think the money that they say they will borrow would actually be paid back, but it's something that the minister and the DWS are actually dealing with those particular communities as well to try and make sure that this project can be unlocked. But these are some of the things that relate to some of the project delays at this particular point in time. But I think on our part, the work that we are supposed to do is really underway, where we have actually drafted the environmental management plan that has to be submitted to Department of Environment and for Fisheries and Forestry. And the department is still finalizing its designs for construction. So what we're saying is the progress in terms of the project as well is on stream, but until we resolve some of these particular issues that relates to the communities and some of the people that sometimes hijack some of the projects, it might actually delay further, but it is something that is being dealt with currently. Next slide, please. The Nwamitwa Dam as well, here we are also providing advisory role as well, because the department is the implementing authority and we are providing support services. And there are some really supporting infrastructure that needs to actually be dealt with in terms of rail bridges, roads, ESCOM, power station and power lines, the bridge that would actually be used by Sanral and the dam itself. And we are currently with the department conducting a bridging study and determination of and validation of water users at this particular point in time. So it's also a project that we jointly dealing with the department in terms of finalization. Next slide, please. These ones are the projects that are fully under our control, having been given the directive to deal with them by the department or by the minister. The Berg River Fuel Flow Augmentation Scheme, the Mokolo and Crocodile River Augmentation Project, and the Mkomazi Water Project. Next slide, just to drill down on each of these. The Mokolo Crocodile Augmentation Scheme, this is looking at assisting the ESCOM's newly constructed power stations of Medupi and Matimba to bring water into that particular area. And also look at the technology that has been actually been made as a requirement in terms of flue gas desulfurization, which in simple terms, it's trying to see whether you can still use coal, but ensure that the pollution in the air is not affected by the pollution from the burning of fossil fuels as well. And this will also enable further development of the waterbed coal fields as envisaged in the first strategic infrastructure project. The project is costing around 12.3 billion and the delivery date is October 2030. For the year under review, which is 25-26, we are almost at the end of the award of the construction tender at this stage, because we have done with the commercial aspect of it, and we just doing the final negotiations before we sign the contract with the preferred bidder. Procurement of critical components and subcontracted services are part of the construction contractor to the river management system as well. This is where we are on Mokolo. On Bravas, it's the delivery of water to the Western Cape supply system, but this will actually be operational only during rainy seasons, which is in winter for Western Cape. And the project cost is about 1.1 billion and the delivery date is June 2028. And for 25-26 year, we are looking at completing the tender design and tender documents, issuing construction tender to the market, and acquisition of 100% of land and servitude rights in terms of where we will actually be doing the construction or increasing the dam walls as well. The Mkomazi project phase 1, it is a system for the Mgeni system that has been in deficit since 2016. So this is quite urgent as well. And the project cost is about 23.4 billion and water delivery is July 2031. We're currently looking at completing site surveys and geotechnical investigations and concluding the tender design documents. Again, in this particular one, there are issues relating to where we're going to build the dam walls, and there are negotiations that have been had with some of the chiefs, because this is in the traditional area. But here, at least the preliminary negotiations having been spearheaded by the Deputy Minister on behalf of the Minister have actually gone quite well. But we will be meeting also with the local communities as well. So this issue of when we do planning, we can actually put up dates in terms of when do we plan to complete. But some of these things are what are not expected, where the negotiations sometimes take longer, either dealing with the tribal authority or then dealing with the what I'm calling business forums, which are people that sometimes hijack projects. And we all know the time value of money, where some of these delays can actually lead to projects costing much more than what we actually intended in the beginning. Next slide, please. Acid mine drainage. We've been given a mandate to look at this thing as a short-term solution, and these are the figures that I won't go into. But what I can say that at this particular point in time, we are doing quite well on all the different basins. And part of the presentation done by the department was talking about the water mix, which amongst other things would be looking at not only using surface water, but looking at using groundwater. So it's very important that we deal with acid mine drainage, because then that will give us an opportunity of also tapping into the groundwater and making sure that the rest of the groundwater is not actually negatively impacted by what comes out of this mine tailings in terms of acid mine drainage. So this is part of what TCTA has actually been given to do, and we are just showing the capacity of each of these and ensuring that we don't breach the environmental critical levels in some of these basins. Thank you. Next one. The Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which is our key project. Like I said, our responsibility really is what happens from the tunnel into South Africa when the water comes through. So TCTA is directly responsible for maintenance of that. And as the chair has said in the beginning, we are at the end of the 6 months where we have actually been looking at the maintenance of the tunnel. The South African portion has actually been completely unsuccessfully finalized. We're just waiting for the Lesotho side, which was delayed. The good thing is at least the good rains have actually been quite good to us in that we are not expecting any crisis at this stage. In fact, at this stage, what would make sense is not getting the water to flow unnecessarily into South Africa at this particular point in time. But we know that it's necessary because Lesotho also relies on the flow of water to generate hydropower from the Amoela power station. But currently where we are, we're just waiting for Lesotho to finalize. And as the chair has said, at the sometime early in May, we'll actually be releasing the water so that the water can flow again back into South Africa. But this has actually been done successfully to the extent that there hasn't been any crisis for us having closed the tunnel for 6 months for maintenance and repairs. Next slide. The borrowing programs. For us to do all these major projects, we're not directly linked to getting money from the state through the fiscus with the budget votes. We actually go into the market to borrow the money. And for the funding requirements for over the next 3 years, starting from 25-26, is around 30 billion. The funding requirements driven mainly by the construction of Bravas, Mkomazi, and Mukolo Crocodile project and Lesotho Phase 2. Most of these funding requirements will be raised from the banks, development finance institutions, and capital markets. Next. And additional funding will be raised to the increase in construction cost estimate by the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority or agency, where the cost have actually increased from 42 to 53 billion. Makwap commercial funding facilities of over 20 billion have been finalized with 7 domestic banks. For the Bravas, this is commercially funded. Funding has been negotiated with 2 banks and is awaiting the issuing of guarantees as has been required by National Treasury, while negotiations are soon to be concluded with a third lender. So we are at the tail end of really raising the required funding for this project. The Umkomazi Water Project Phase 1 has the 12 billion of approved BFI funding, and another 12 billion will be raised from international DFIs and domestic banks, which we are already negotiating with at this stage. And we're looking at establishment of a new multi-project capital program market that has to be listed on the JSE. And currently we are looking at meeting the listing requirements with regard to audit outcomes. So this is where we are, and I think we are quite further down the line in terms of ensuring that there is funding available for these projects that we need to deal with. Next, please. And these are the next, the funding requirements. I think one of the more important slides for the portfolio committee. We're looking at the different projects and the different years. I think we're looking at 3 years down the line in terms of how much do we need. And we are also, where possible, looking at the final debt repayment date. We can see for the VRS, which is the Vaal River system, the negative ones, where they have negative signs, it's because we will actually be using money that we have been getting for payments coming from the department, where in terms of our plan, we will actually be using this money for funding some of these projects for the time being. And the other areas, it's where we are actually drawing from the funding that we got in the international markets and local markets. And where we have not applicable as a final debt repayment, there are different conditions there. Either we have not drawn down on the facilities that we've already negotiated, or we'll actually be using the money that we won't need to go into the market to borrow money. So this really shows a picture of where we are with each project and when do we intend fully repaying the money that we borrowed in the market. Next slide, please. The risks really, because TCTA faces a number of risks related to the mandate that it has. The raising of funding, there's a failure to agree on lending terms with lenders if the lender requirements are perceived to transfer acceptable risk to the fiscus. here now, with the state of our economy at this stage, some of the funders have actually been quite unreasonable in certain instances. In certain instances, they have actually increased the number of requirements that they had, looking at how the state support SOEs and the performance of some of the SOEs. This has led to National Treasury also now refusing some of the conditions that have been put on the table. So a lot of work has been put into trying to negotiate with the lenders to either relax their terms, also, or looking at National Treasury to say, can we try and find a way of really accommodating these? Because for us to build infrastructure, this is now massive infrastructure that without us doing it on behalf of the state, it's going to be difficult to actually ensure water security. And the second one is project cost escalations resulting in inadequate funding facilities. The example is the phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, where initially we were looking at around 42 billion. Now we're talking about 53 billion, which now needs additional funding to be raised. And this project, much as South Africa is funding for it, it is being done in Lesotho. And I'm happy that the minister and the DG are in Lesotho as well now to try and iron out some of the issues that are there as well. Financial sustainability of the water sector. Again, funders are looking at saying, if they give us money and we build infrastructure and hand it over to the department, and it is being used now to get more water, as long as we don't have strong municipalities that can pay or be able to collect revenue so that they can pay for water usage, is going to be very problematic for us to be able to repay. So there is a big issue that needs to be resolved that talks to the financial sustainability of the water sector. Debt management, ensuring debt is maintained within the approved borrowing limit despite unexpected changes. Sometimes you have lower water demand, tariff adjustment being less than what is required, and higher project cost. All of these things are making it very difficult to look at management of debt. I think at this stage, I'll hand over to the CFO to just high level deal with the budget drivers and just talk a bit about the budget. Thank you.
Right, thank you, CE. Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, DM, and my esteemed colleagues. I'll just speak to two slides, slide 32 and slide 38, that talks to TCTA's budget. So on a high level, in terms of our budget, our main budget drivers relate to staff costs, consulting fees, operations, where we maintain the AMD plant and the delivery tunnel, and also capital expenditure, which is mainly for the construction of our key projects like Yomakwap, Umkomazi, and so forth. Moving to slide 38, that then shows a holistic picture of our budget as TCTA for 25-26. So in terms of our budget, if you look at the middle part that shows 25-26, that is grayed out. So we have our tariff revenue that we're collecting that's increasing from the previous year into the current year, mainly due to water demands and the tariff amounts that we collect. And moving downwards, where we said that we have our significant cost drivers, which are our key projects that the CE has spoken to under capital expenditure. Honorable members would see that we have about 6 billion that we've set aside for our capital projects like your Bravas, your Magwap, your Umkomazi, and so forth. That's part of our cost drivers. And also looking into our obligations to Lesotho in terms of the treaty. We've set aside 15 million for about 14 million for that. There's an increase from the 24-25 financial year moving into the current financial year. That's simply because we're now in phase 2 of the construction. So you'd see an increase there when it comes to construction costs. We've set aside 9 billion there. And also in terms of the general operations there, we in phase 2 again, the royalties have increased in terms of the treaty arrangement, and then you'll see an increase there on the operating cost. when it comes to Lesotho. And lastly, right there at the bottom, we have 15.4 billion, which is our funding requirements for the year for us to be able to meet all our plans as TCTA that have been spoken to by the CE. That 15.4 million is the money that we have been able to raise through the capital markets and so forth. So this is our high-level budget for the 25-26 financial year. The other slides that we've included just show more detail in terms of these line items and what we've included. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I shall pause there.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We'll do the last one. We should be done within the time you gave us, which will be led by Dr. Ritabile Mulamu, our Chairperson of the Water Research Commission. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I can continue.
Thank you very much, DM Matlobo. Greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Ministers, members of the Portfolio Committee, and our esteemed colleagues. Chair, I'm joined on the call by the CEO, Dr. Mulondwa, and the Board Secretary of the Board. She will take us through the APPs for this current financial year, 25-26. She will also table the budget, Chair. And lastly, she will reflect on some of the risks, including the uptake of innovation by innovations that the WRC has developed by government entities. With your permission, Chair, I will hand over to Dr. Mulondwa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the Deputy Ministers, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members, as well as colleagues. Can we just skip to slide 8, please? Slide 8, next slide, next slide. This is the slide where we are showing the strategic outcomes of the Water Research Commission for the next 5 years, where we are focused on having an informed water society, an innovative water sector, a transformed water sector, a financially sustainable organization, as well as an agile organization. And we have then put our programs in terms of administration, research, development, innovation, as well as stakeholder and communications. And the purpose is also detailed in the next slide, please. Next slide. And we have also linked our priorities to those of the department and the sector, as well as government priorities. Next slide, please. And our 5 outcomes are detailed in terms of the next slide, as well as the outputs that will enable us to achieve these outcomes over the 5-year term. Next slide, please. Next slide. Looking at the APP for the financial year, Chair, we have looked at in initiating projects specifically focusing on water quality, health, and as well as water use, as well as water availability. And we are also focusing on knowledge dissemination and stakeholder management. The targets set for the 25-26 are indicated with the outer years, and these have been labeled as new indicators precisely because of the way they have been crafted and how we want to report on them. Next slide, please. We also will be focusing on technological innovations as well as non-technological and our demonstration of the innovations. We also seek to empower and capacitate students, as well as to focus on women-led projects as part of transformation, with the preferential procurement to support SMEs also indicated, and the targets are reflected on my far right. Next slide, please. In terms of employee development and agile organization, focusing on employee development, employee engagement, and digital transformation. And we also want to have a financially sustainable organization with the liquidity ratios of current ratio and cash ratios, which we want to maintain over the 5 years, and also want to attract more leverage agreements and in terms of the new partnerships that attract funding, and the targets are set out on my far right. And the next slides This and the next one reflect the quarterly targets for the financial year 25-26. Next slide, please. And in terms of administration, we are also focusing on percentage of procurement for SMMEs, employee development and engagement, as well as implementing digital transformation strategy, which we have already got, and the targets are reflected as well. Next slide, please. Our budget assumptions that we're using a zero-based budgeting approach to ensure expenses during each budgeting cycle. These are evaluated and justified, and all income and expenditure categories were analyzed both in terms of the trends as well as future operational requirements. Our drivers are the inflation outlook as per National Treasury, as well as the strategy and operational requirements. Next slide, please. Chair, in terms of our revenue, our key streams of revenue, the first one be the levy income as a primary source of funds from the water research levy. It's estimated based on actual volumes as received from water boards and approved tariffs as per the Gazette and inflation forecasts. The leverage income is based on detailed business plans as per agreements with leverage funded partners. And in the outer years, it is less certain due to amount of pre-work that needs to be done before contracts can be secured with the partners. And the finances are showed for the 5 years on the table above. Next slide. In terms of our expenditure over the midterm, we have increased our expenditure year on year using the inflation outlook of National Treasury over the 5 years, except where specific agreements or circumstances defined. And our key spend will be on human resources as well as research, development, and innovation. Next slide, please. And this is just the breakdown of the different programs and how these will be resourced. Next slide, please. And next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, and this just shows, Chair, the transformation within the organization, indicating that we have a 57% female and 43% male percentage per gender. Next slide, please. And we are also pursuing our employment equity targets as set out in the end of the financial year. Next slide, please. Chair, if you're looking at the table below, it indicates how we break down the costs between administration, which is the support function, as well as the research, development, and innovation function of the WRC, indicating a range between 31% to 33% over the 5 years, as well as 69% to 67% over the 5 years, respectively, for administration and RTI. Next slide, please. In terms of our risk, we have identified that there is an inability to meet stakeholder expectation, but in this we are having a detailed strategy in terms of communication and stakeholder engagement, but also we have an inadequate process to influence and improve water use and awareness, and that will also be addressed through our comms and stakeholder engagements. The slow adoption of emerging technologies is a sub one for us, particularly where the government does not procure from these innovations. We've even seen cases where some of these innovations are exported internationally, and obviously when they come back and sold to South Africa, these then are more attractive. And this is obviously due to the legislation around procurement, of which some work is being done through the department as well as National Treasury. And there's also lack of equity and redress in the sector, and we have focused this around ensuring that there is female-led research. We are focusing on youth, we are focusing on people with disability to address some of these risks. Next slide, please. In terms of our organization, we are focusing on succession planning and to ensure that there isn't institutional knowledge loss, and that there's business continuity. We are also focusing on ensuring that we have an effective information communication technology and infrastructure to support and enable the WRC to have reliable, secured, and integrated systems. And the last one related to the financially sustainable organization talks to possible limitation of WRC implementing its mandate due to reduction in revenue, and that is translated from municipalities poorly servicing the water boards, and as a result, this could translate to the WRC not receiving much of the grant. However, we have got measures in place to be able to have a revenue enhancement strategy and maintain the liquidity ratios in terms of the current and the cash ratios respectively. And I think this brings us to the end of the presentation, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson and Deputy Ministers.
Chairperson, before we hand over back to you, the chair of the board wanted to say something about this issue of government being risk adverse in taking technologies and research from their own institution. Then we can hand over back to you quickly, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the DM. I think this is an issue that the CEO has also highlighted, Chair. Government spends a lot of resources into research and innovation, not just in the water and sanitation sector, but across the board. We've seen this in the transportation and energy sector, where some of these innovations and technologies are taken all the way up to demonstration. But when it comes to procurement, government's procurement laws become barriers to that offtake. So we're tabling it here, Chair and DMs and members, to ensure that it's a top of mind or back of mind when you engage with your colleagues from other clusters. I think it is really a missed opportunity if we can't use our own homegrown technologies to address our socio-economic challenges. And again, as the CE has indicated, Chair, some of these technologies are then adopted elsewhere in the world and they come into the country and become extremely expensive. And I think this requires dedicated attention. And I think I hope that in the next couple of years, this portfolio committee and other relevant structures in government will take this to heart and begin to procure locally brewed technologies. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson and DM, just really highlighting what the CEO has identified as one of the key risks. Thank you, Chair.
Excellency, Chairperson, thank you very much. Our teams from Water Research Commission, TCTA, and the department were done. I want to thank you once again.
Thank you very much for the prompt dealing with the three presentation. Can I now ask members that would like to ask questions to raise their hands? May I ask that we stick for the first round to 3 questions? Please indicate to who you ask the question so that we can then get that individual or that institution to answer the question. The first hand that I see is Honourable Reddy. Good morning to you, Honourable Reddy, and you're more than welcome to start asking the questions.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, colleagues. My apologies, I'm in the DRC at the moment, deep rural country, so signal is quite bad. Let me begin by thanking the presenters for the detailed presentations. I just want to raise 3 issues. The first, on page 12, I'm referring to the document on the APPs and strategic plan for 5 years. Page 12, in your own document, you indicate that 46% of water systems have poor microbiological quality. This means that nearly half of our people are drinking dirty, dangerous water. So I would like to find out How is this not declared a national health emergency? Secondly, Chairperson, we are told by the department that non-revenue water is currently sitting at 47%, which means that almost half of all our water is lost before it reaches the homes. This is on page 20. They commit to reducing this to 32% by 2030. That's in 5 years. So it seems that the department is comfortable losing a third of our water indefinitely, while South Africans continue to suffer under water shedding. So my question is, are we using the Water Research Commission and other arms of the department to find an accelerated means of reducing water losses other than what has been presented to us? Finally, Chairperson, on page 16, it reveals that municipalities are actually owing water boards close to 25 billion rands. And these are the same municipalities where officials are earning massive salaries, but they cannot deliver a single drop to rural households. What is the department doing about this? Because it seems that soft reform proposals and talk shops is not yielding the results that we would like to see as a committee. What we need to hear are short-term interventions and enforcement. Because if you go on, you'll find on page 11, the department admits that South Africans consume on average 218 liters per capita daily, far above average of 173. Yet we are one of the 30 most water scarce countries in the world. So what does this tell us? Is it not waste, inefficiency, and zero accountability? Thank you, Chairperson. I look forward to the responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Reddy. Minister?
No, thanks, Chairperson. I think let's convey our thanks to Honourable Reddy. When we introduced the presentation, Chair, we're able to paint the picture of the terrain and the challenges we face. And our attitude is that alone as a Department of Water and Sanitation will not be able to solve these problems. That's why we need a whole of a society approach. And hence, we're the first department in this 7th administration of the GNU to call all those that can be able to assist us to deal with the problems. One of the things on the first question, Honourable Reddy, you raised, that on slide number 12, we refer to the drop reports around issues of water quality. When I made my input, Chairperson, remember I made a reference to the AG reports, National Treasurer reports, AGSA, including expert and ourselves. And our conclusion was that the minister identified 105 water services authorities out of 144. And we defined them that on our basis of our assessment of their failure on service delivery and discharging their responsibility, we then said that they are in crisis. Minister has actually presented these 105 municipalities in a water task team chaired by the Deputy President as assigned by President. Minister of COGTA is there, Minister of Human Settlement and other ministers. And we agreed on a number of set of actions. That's why, if you will remember, Honourable Reid, you graced us in the water in-depth. All these municipalities, Chairperson, that are in trouble, they were asked to produce turnaround plans, corrective measures. They all did produce them, but there are risks in terms of implementation. That way to look at them. That's why our attitude is that even local government leadership, Chair, like you also say yourself all the time, they will have to take responsibility of some of these actions. But structures like yourselves, portfolio committees, councils, must monitor us on those actions. On the non-revenue water, Honorable Reddy, we must never lose the point. Non-revenue water is a function of asset management. It's about infrastructure management. And we know that the asset at this stage has been in a position that it has been deteriorating over some time. There is also the question of management, which is issues of technical capability and others. To say that we want to reduce non-revenue water from 47% to 32% is being on average, being realistic. That will include your metered and unmetered issues of illegal connection, all these other things that you define them as non-revenue water. In other words, when you reduce non-revenue water from 47% to about 32%, which is a 15% decrease, Chair, what does it mean? Municipalities will improve their reliability of supply from around 68% to about 80%, because that's how you need to read the two. In other words, it's addressing the question of reliability. At this stage, Honorable Radio, when we remember we agreed, is that some of these municipalities, they don't even have the maps. They don't know where these assets are. That's the first thing, to use technologies like artificial intelligence, your Google Earth search that you can be able to do. Then from there, you can make a decision. If an asset has reached its lifespan, Chair, you have to replace it. The pipelines in Johannesburg, more than 800 kilometers, they must be replaced. The ones in Witbank that are more than 1,400, they must be replaced. They're all gone because of the technologies that we use. Mfuleni, for an example, you know they lose 72%. If non-revenue water is at 72% at Mfuleni, you cannot be able to say they must come back within 5 years to 20%. That's why there's that particular support. And Honorable Reddy, please read it in that particular context. Unlike when we did the issues of water for leaks, you can't be deploying young people on the ground when an asset is the one that has failed. Firstly, you deal with the asset failure. You replace or you either renew. Then from there, you get people to manage the asset, including all those technical issues of your PRVs, your leak detectors, your issues of restrictors and others. The issues around the issues of the number of liters used by person per day, we must always be sensitive on how we use it, Chairperson. There are those communities that have more access to water, they waste it. And our lessons from the city of Cape Town, where you actually introduce some tariffs for high users, is the direction as the reforms were taking. But at the very same time, we must also be careful as politicians. We don't want to say people must save water in instances where there is no drop of water at all, or those communities have not been served. And then the last question he asked, Chairperson, we cannot be in a position to dictate the salaries of those people working in local government. They are determined by collective agreements, and we are always very, very careful of not undermining collective agreement. But the only thing we can ensure is that we want to demand performance. That's why our reforms, Chair, those who are working in the water space, we want to introduce performance-based contracts on the basis of the water utilities, either that are municipal owned or privately owned, that municipalities will introduce. That's in broad, Chairperson, how we can assist each other to look at how these numbers, they are interrelated. The mischief is to improve reliability. In other words, we must increase reliability from 68% to above 80% in the next 5 years, while access must move from 90% to 95%. Non-revenue water must go down from 47% average to around 82%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Reddy, are you satisfied?
You know, it's always difficult to get a response from the Deputy Minister because he knows the sector so well. But the reality is that his explanations doesn't address the lived realities of our citizens on the ground. So I hear him, I hear what he's saying, we take note of his response, But as a party, as MK Party, we will consider our support or otherwise later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Reddy. Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, Deputy Minister, and to the department and the entities for your presentations. It is greatly appreciated. Honourable Chair, I think I need to speak holistically. I'm glad you gave us more opportunity for questions because I have many questions and I will start with 3. But I just want to start by saying, looking holistically at the budget of the entities and particularly the department's budget, I am not convinced that we are necessarily spending money in the right priorities in order to solve the immediate issues facing South Africa. When we look at the percentage of water supply systems with poor or bad microbiological water quality compliance, it has risen in the last 10 years from 5% in 2014 to 46% in 2023. That means things are getting worse, not better. When half of our municipal water is lost before it even reaches households, things are getting worse. And I understand we have a target of moving from 68% of households having reliable water. I think that stat was from 2022, and we want to get to 80%. But I will argue that since 2022, the Gauteng water crisis has really kicked off, and I think that 68% will be very optimistic. So I think there's an urgency and an immediacy of the spending rather than being on traditional bulk projects. There needs to be a change in focus towards something more immediate. So my questions are, Deputy Minister, you're welcome. I'd love the department to answer, but I do understand that you are knowledgeable as well. Nearly half of our municipal water is lost before it even reaches households, yet the department's plan doesn't specify a dedicated program to fix leaks and aging pipes. I understand that it's the mandate of COGTA directly, but the reality is us focusing on bulk while the municipalities lose half of the water across the entire country means we are looking to spend money to pour water into leaky buckets. The Department of Water and Sanitation's core mandate can be summed up as to ensure the sustainable and equitable provision, management and protection of South Africa's water resources and sanitation services for all. It doesn't say we must focus only on bulk water. It says we need to ensure that South Africans get clean, safe and secure water. So we need to start thinking out the box. So for my first question is, could the department consider changing the budget to provide $1 billion, $2 billion directly as an intervention plan, a Marshall Plan equivalent to municipalities to fix water leaks, non-revenue water issues? The second thing is in terms of reliability. We talk in the APP around 68% of households had reliable water in 2022. I've already said that's probably worse. Essentially 1 in 3 South Africans experienced water interruptions. The department's target is to improve reliability to 80% by 2030. And I want to ask the Deputy Minister, is it acceptable that even 5 years from now, millions of South Africans will still continue to have unreliable water? And then finally, in terms of the sewage spills, I think when we look at the Green Dot report, it revealed that 334 wastewater treatment works are in critical condition, which explains why sewage is spilling into many rivers. We've seen it across the country with threats of cholera, with people getting sick. Yet the APP offers no dedicated budget line for urgent wastewater repairs or upgrades. Again, we could look at using our budget directly, a specific program carefully measured rather on expanding provision at a later date, but something that can fix the rot now, fix the decay now. Would the department consider adjusting budgets towards something like that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister?
No, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks to Honourable Moore. We are all actually affected by the issues of failure by municipalities to do what they are supposed to do, Chair. But we must not lose the point that our support and interventions, Chairperson, have a limit. And there's a clear delineation of duties in terms of our laws and constitution. What can we do and what we cannot do? For an example, Honorable Moore, we are absolutely correct. The department, its main job is to ensure that there is water security. That's why this ministry is spending sleepless nights looking at institutional reform, like creating of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency and all those, so that we can be able to ensure that a water-scarce country like ours will be in a position that beyond 2030, for our own economic prosperity, social transformation, environmental sustainability and security, we do have sufficient water. Hence, all the big work that TCTA and ourselves around bulk infrastructure projects that we're bringing them online is to guarantee that we don't run out of water, including enhancing the water mix. Our biggest problem, Honorable Mong, we are absolutely correct, is with respect to water supply and provisioning and reliability, which is in the main a municipal domain. Some of the things we've agreed when you look at the budget, one of the things that there's been an issue of negligence and irresponsible leadership around how money related to water has to be managed. That's why when we met with you, you joined us in Indaba. We agreed that there must be an increase in investment through financing options and ensuring the financial viability of the sector, Chair. One of the things that we know now, there is a traditional financing, Chairperson, is available in the water sector, but there is no discipline or prudence in terms of financial management. There is money that we actually say traditional financing, which is grant funding. This department, in the money that we wanted to support us to approve as our budget, in the main as a component of regional bulk infrastructure, that helps with the regional bulk infrastructure projects that are all over all the provinces. There is a water services improvement grant, but then there's another money for water, Chair, that is not within our ambit. It's called the municipal infrastructure grant. There's a 50% there. That must be ring-fenced for water and sanitation. And there must be discipline on how that money is being used. Then there's also the money called the Human Settlement Development Grant, which 1/3, which is 33% of that money for any human settlement development project outside cities and metros. That money is for bulk water and sanitation. It must be ring-fenced. There's the money in the metros that normally goes back to National Treasury, called the Urban Settlement Development Grant for the metros. 33% of that money, Chair, must be put aside for water and sanitation. We have your informal urban settlement development grant. All these are the monies that are there, including the money that come from equitable share for poor households, wherein about close to 860 rands per household is for free basic water. 560 something rands is for free basic sanitation. These reforms, Honorable Chair, it says ring-fence this budget. Ensure that this budget is used for what it is meant to do. And we know now that in the last financial year, more than 60 billion rands were coming from these grants. And it was not actually being used with the diligence it needs. And the reforms, they say that money from the water sales as part of the trading entities must be ring-fenced so that we can do that. Therefore, Honorable Moore, it addresses that as long as we are actually wasting money, there is no efficiency. Your issues of infrastructure failure, like they are happening in Johannesburg and elsewhere, where Johannesburg has to deal with the issue of their network that is actually been destroyed over time because of geological formations, because of the type of technology they used, but also the illegal connections, the faulty meters, and all these other things. If Johannesburg, they don't use money with the prudence they need, Therefore, we will not be in a position to address that. But we also know that the money that is in the water sector has never been enough. That's why other forms of financing called blended finance, where we use our grants, we go to the market, working with the budget facility, including the Infrastructure SA, with the Water Partnership Office. You could see a number of projects like in Polokwane, we have your Ebenezer water scheme. There are many, all these others where we're doing that. And Treasurer was supporting these municipalities that the BFA does not only sit once a year, Chair. It must sit more frequently, but on the basis of complete and bankable plans. Then there's also private sector funding. TCTA in the main, Chair. Like you know, we've been in the water space for many years. A special purpose vehicle established by government, they go to the market where there's a guarantee that the project is socio-economical viable. They can be able to go to the lenders like they're showing it to you. There's a prospect that the water, there's going to be an offtake for water, will be able to do those particular issues. That's how I would want you to look at these particular issues. But on areas where there are many areas where actually communities have no water, like in rural areas and villages, we are actually working with the mining sector. I know I lead that project. We are looking for an example, the Olifants management model down in Limpopo them. You look at Valha Mahara on the other side. There's a lot of issues that money is a problem, but not major problem apart from the issues of leadership. On the issues of the sewage spillage and the pollution, I will ask DMC Tlulu Chairperson at this stage to be able to come in. But when we do our budget vote, Honorable Mom, Minister Majodina should be able to make some announcements around certain support initiatives and measures that we're going to do. But we are calling for leadership and discipline at a local government sphere. With your permission, Chair, let's allow DMC Tlulu to deal with these issues of wastewater treatment works and the other matters.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you to Dear Mahlobo. Thank you to the Portfolio Committee members. Yeah, Chair, it's a very difficult situation as it relates to the dysfunctional nature and extent of wastewater treatment works that are continuing to pollute our water resources, particularly those that are under the ambit of our water services authorities. And I think the responses that have been given by DM Mahlobo, particularly in relation to the establishment of the special purpose vehicle, as is happening with Mfuleni, may very well be one of the ways in which we can begin to address some of these issues. I think the Water Research Commission, recalling the water and sanitation in Daba, we had a discussion in and around the current state of our raw water quality, and we spoke about how can we begin to economize, the issue in and around sludge from wastewater treatment works. What is it that we can, enter into partnerships with the private sector, particularly to identify key strategic wastewater treatment works that are polluting, whether it's the Hartis River or whether it's the Vaal River, and how can we begin to address that issue? I know that Machalis has current partnership with ERVAT in order to begin to attempt to look at how they can look at innovative ways of addressing the pollution that is happening upstream in Gauteng that ends up in the Hartis River. But all of these, Chairperson, are going to require a concerted effort, and they're going to require that our water services authorities recognize and realize that whilst we understand what their situation is, as Honorable Moore has indicated, we have to allow ourselves as a Department of Water and Sanitation to really begin coordinated efforts where we begin to address key issues in and around pollution of our water resources by identifying the source. And I've said many times in the Portfolio Committee and elsewhere that the fact that municipalities in Gauteng combined are discharging well over 1,500 million liters of raw sewage into our water resources per day is an unacceptable and unsustainable situation. And Honorable Mahlobo has already highlighted some of these challenges and what it is that the department we're doing, but of course, also what the responsibility of COGTA and other related national departments is and are in making sure that we're able to address this issue. So we hope, Honorable Chairperson, with the outcomes that we had reached at the Water and Sanitation in Daba, that our water services authorities, as well as the initiatives that have been put forward by the Department of Water and Sanitation, will begin to really yield results in making sure that we bring everybody on board and that we expedite the special purpose vehicle that will be able to allow us to really begin to address some of these issues. And of course, using the Water Research Commission to be at the forefront of innovations in and around how we can begin to really address some of these particular infrastructure collapses and deficits that are going to, well, that have led to a pollution crisis, particularly in the province of Gauteng. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, will ask Dr. Mate to come with your permission to say how many projects in terms of RBIG and WISIC are we trying to support the municipalities this year and over MTF? Because as we say, our support and interventions, Leon, has a limit. We can be able to assist them to a certain extent, but ultimately, they too must take responsibility. If Dr. Rismati can just share quickly, what are we looking at in terms of numbers?
Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Greetings, Chair. I think our presentation was much more clearer that we have within our RBIG as well as our WSIG project, which you would have seen in the presentation, they run through multiple years. On average, we're talking roughly around 500 projects that are categorized between RBIG and WSIG. These are attached to the budget the CFO spoke to within our two grants. But then, of course, maybe just to use the opportunity, it's not enough with this allocated budget. And perhaps, DM, it will be worth the committee to understand that when we went to the water task team led by the Deputy President, one of our analysis which we highlighted is that for us to overturn the situation as it is, Honorable Moore, we will need roughly around 400 billion just to deal with the infrastructure replacement and upgrades of water and wastewater. So what DM has actually indicated is quite crucial. So we do understand that even the current allocation might not be enough to turn the situation quickly because it is a joint effort, and hence the targets are set ahead of time so that we are able to integrate our skills and resources within the current fiscal framework. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DM.
Thank you very much. Before I give back to Honourable Moore, I think what we as a committee really wants to see is Deputy Ministers, is that we take municipalities where there's big problems and then get a time frame of this 10 municipalities we're going to fix in the next 24 months. And even if that means we've got to take away that infrastructure from them and hand it over to a water board or establish another institution to deal with that. I think that is what we want to see, because the figures are too high, 400 billion, and it's 105 municipalities. If we don't start to eat this elephant piece by piece, we'll never be able to do that. So I think that is the idea with the questions of Honourable Moore as well, is to see whether we can't start somewhere and then see progress. At this stage, we are having plans, but we don't see the implementation of those plans. Honourable Moore?
Thank you, Chair. And I think your final comments are really summed up my response here, because I really appreciate what the Deputy Ministers are saying. And I think I appreciate the position the department's in with regards to the fact that a lot of the problems we're experiencing are the fault of failures at COGTA, failures at other areas, and there are other budgets. But today, Honourable Chair, we're looking at the budget for the Department of Water and Sanitation, not the Department of COGTA, not the Department of Human Settlements or any other budget. And we have to ask ourselves, are we using this budget in the best manner to immediately respond to the issues that we are facing? And I can't say with authority that that's the case, because as you say, there's no direct deliverables. You mentioned it would be wonderful if the department could say we are directly intervening in these 10 municipalities and we will report back, because it is part of the constitutional requirements to allow us to fix wastewater plants, for instance. So, Chair, from my side, I've got a lot more questions to ask later, but I'm not satisfied because the majority of the answer was on what other people should be doing rather than what we could do if we got creative, if we really prioritized our budget on not long-term solutions, but short-term interventions. Thank you.
Chairperson, Chair, with your permission.
Deputy Minister, yes. Yes.
I would want to assure Honorable Mo that we are going to share with you the 105 municipalities. What is our intervention plan for each of the 105? Intervention does not necessarily mean we need to throw in money. In certain instances, we deploy people, we ask them to make certain plans, we support them. I know that, Honorable Mom, Johannesburg is closer to your heart. The fact of the matter that His Excellency, our President, has intervened like eThekwini now, we do have an intervention plan for Johannesburg, Honorable Chairperson. There is even a working group on water. We'll be very pleased that individual members, either through the committee itself, through you, or just at their personal level, they ask us for those particular details. But through the DG and the DDG Smart Matter, our minister will share the 105. What are their challenges? What are the plans? We've done a detailed work. And now we're also saying that we are not going to do this work alone as a Department of Water and Sanitation. Human settlement will come in, Chair, because there is money for water residing with human settlement. Then there's money that is also with the COPTA, which is MIC, and the capacity of the institutions like MESA, our water boards, and all our implementing agents that we're deploying to each area that we need to intervene. But because this is a global presentation, we might not deal with each specific area, but we're always at your guidance. And we love your concluding remarks. We've reached a stage, we are intervening, Chair. We are not going to wait for citizens to continue to complain. We are going to discuss afterwards who was supposed to do the work. But at the very same time, there are areas of resistance around interventions. Others, they don't like Section 63. They take us to court. That's why the issues of the reforms around legislative amendments going forward, we'll discuss with you. But for each individual municipality or each province, we'll have to discuss with members of parliament, including how much are we giving per province, how much are we giving per district? Out of the more than 600 projects, which are the areas? Is it wastewater treatment works? Whether is it water treatment plants? Whether is it bulk infrastructure? The details are there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will then await that report.
Chair, with your permission, may I just add a point, please, if I may? It's about this issue that was raised by Honorable Moore.
Honorable Reddy, I can't hear you. Honorable Reddy, can I just ask your colleague first to ask the questions, and then I will. We can come back to you. Honorable Kumalu, it's your time now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Greetings to the deputy ministers, both deputy ministers, as well as members of the staff and the honorable members. I've got a few questions, but I'll try to be brief. It's under the APPs. I just want to find out as to how will you address the poor performance during mid-year, so to speak. Like, for instance, if you are picking up that there is poor performance, how are you planning to address that in the middle of the year? And also, what are you planning to do, or what are you planning to do in order to improve on the last year's audit findings? And the other question that I would like to direct to those who are dealing with the APP is that how does the APP align with the department strategic plan and the national development priorities? So those are the three questions for now. The last one is, when you were getting these targets, when we were putting these targets, when we were developing these targets, what research did you put in place, and did you get any stakeholders' input as well as the community needs? Were these targets that you have placed, did they have the community needs in them? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
The others, I will ask my team to respond. Maybe let's just deal with the last one. Honorable Zwide, when it comes to the APP, our teams have indicated to you when they introduced the document. This APP is in line with the National Development Plan Vision 2030. Secondly, it's in line with the approved medium-term development plan, wherein Cabinet, in terms of the Government of National Unity, we look at different manifestos. We agreed on a minimum program referred as the MTDP, which is the medium-term development plan. There's a clear alignment. But we also look at the alignment with the question of the Sustainable Development Goal, which is the major issue that we looked at, which is our commitment at an international level, including Vision 2063 and other legislation. There is a clear alignment in terms of that, and even on which priority areas in terms of the three areas of focus of the medium-term development plan for this administration. We are very pleased as a ministry that our team, under our supervision by the minister and the two DMs, there is that particular alignment. I will ask the CFOs, the acting DG and the team to address the other two issues in terms of poor performance and how do we deal with it during the course of the year, the audit findings and the other matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I can confirm that we have developed the audit action plan, which we have also presented to the portfolio committee. We do have corrective actions, and we have also our internal and external audit committees that are overseeing the implementation of those audit action plans. That is in addition to management continuous oversight on those plans. So we have presented and will be presenting as well with Q4 to the portfolio committee our progress, but we have addressed the issues raised by the Auditor General and also dealt with those root causes. My colleague will deal with the management of performance mid-year.
During the thank you, CFO. During the mid-year term performance, actually, at the beginning of the reporting cycle, at the end of the first term, as soon as we discover that there's poor performance, we require the respective implementing managers or project managers to develop recovery plans for the period to ensure that those targets are met. So we track those recovery plans each and every quarter to be able to project where the department's performance will be by the end of the financial year. So we do develop those recovery plans across all the indicators that have got poor performance, and that does not start mid-term. It starts at the first quarter of the reporting cycle. Thank you.
On our side as a ministry, Chair, every month as required by the PFMA, the minister with the two deputy ministers will receive from the accounting officer within 10 days after each end of the month what we call in-year monitoring reports, Babzwite. In other words, about the financial and the non-financial performance information of the department. We don't only sign them, but we also ensure that in areas of underperformance on a continuous basis, we demand to have explanation acceleration plans. That's the norm we use. And then we receive the quarterly reports all the time. But more importantly, we also account to yourselves where we send quarterly reports as a mechanism to hold us accountable on our commitments and actions. More importantly, on the water sector broadly, the item on water now is a standing item in cabinet. And our minister from time to time on a number of issues, we are made by cabinet to respond and present the report so that we can monitor the performance of the sector, whether it's around depths of municipalities, around service delivery. That's the mechanism. As now that president has made this a priority number one, assigned the deputy president to oversee us with an IMC, there will be more accountability broadly on these particular issues. But we also have a mechanism of monitoring all these projects that are done by other municipalities, whether they are done by ourselves. We do have what we call it a register of projects. So that at least we are able to ensure that they are on time, they're on budget. And if there's a requirement for any intervention, we don't intervene when already the damage has been done or the project is no longer within the timeframes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kumalo, are you satisfied?
Yes, for now, yes, I am satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Honorable Ramahila?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Deputy Ministers, my colleagues, honorable members for the committee, officials from the department, TCTA, and WRC. Thank you very much, Chair. But maybe I must first start by appreciating the report from the department and the WRC and TCTA, but more appreciate the report that in as far as raw water supply is concerned, we are in balance. That talks to the water security in the country. And however, what remains a concern is that in terms of the potable water, we are in deficit. Obviously, because our water service authorities do not take serious or do not have a strategy as far as the water conservation and water demand management is concerned, because that would also be able to deal or it will encapsulate the challenges of non-revenue water. I think that's important to appreciate that. But I'll further want to appreciate the work that is done by the city of Cape Town and congratulate them for having been listed among the global connection map compiled by the Water Services Association of Australia in partnership with USA Water Reuse Association. And this is based on the approach of the city dealing exactly with the matter has been raised by the DM here and the department. In as far as addressing the risk, water risk is concerned, security is concerned, but the water mix. The city has been enlisted in that map because of their approach or their strategy to water mix, where they are going to have, I can't pronounce well the plant that is the Kori or something like that, water stream that are going to use for the water reuse, the desalination which is in the planning stage, also the cleaning of invasive plants to make more water available, and lastly, the ground water abstraction. I think this kind of approach, if could be replicated to start with in all our metropolitan councils, just to take you from the city of Cape Town. I think that's important. That's work that we appreciate, and that gives hope to the South Africans if we can follow in the footsteps of the city of Cape Town. Deputy Minister Mahlobo, I appreciate the explanation you have given, but will we, as a department, at some point, want to whether to reconsider our planning paradigm or paradigm strategy in terms of our planning? Currently, you are presenting the financial year plan in the medium plan expenditure framework. And we are at a point where municipalities are concluding their IDPs and they are about to approve their budgets before the end of May. But already, as you have been presented as a department, and already the municipalities knows that 25-26 financial year is the budget available. And the outer 4 years, they already know what is available. But their IDPs, you're then going to find they are not aligned to what the department has presented. Are we at some point going to be able to have an opportunity, especially for the 106 WSEs that are considered to be dysfunctional, an opportunity to review the IDPs to be in line with the national priorities as far as water issues are concerned? Whether that can be considered at some point, I really don't know. But we appreciate the water INDAM that was held. And I believe the order INDAM also has lifted up some of the issues. But most of the issues that we talk about in the portfolio committee, the department itself, and I'm sure everybody else, we already know what are the challenges faced by the water safety authorities. And we're speaking a lot about them. I'm not convinced whether we really have a strategy or an approach to assist the WSAs out of this situation. An approach that would be acceptable by the WSAs themselves, wherein they will not see the department maybe come with a fault-finding approach or mission, but where we'll have a situation where WSAs would really come running to the department in as far as the support is concerned. Maybe we might want to look at that approach, have an approach that is acceptable to municipalities so that we are able to roll out the support programs that you have suggested as the department. I think that for me that would be very, very critical. But I would also want to
Can you
make
conclude, member, please? Can you please conclude?
I would also want, what time am I given? Because sometimes this thing of limiting us makes us not have an opportunity to raise issues that we really want to raise. I want to make a recommendation that the WSAs would need to give you the water strategies and WSDPs to include the water mix, because I'm definitely sure in the water strategies and the WSDPs, they don't include the water mix, and would want them to also look at that part. That's the recommendation that I really wanted to make, but I'll come back later. But my other recommendation is that we should be able to access share 106, 105 WSAs that are critical, maybe within 14 days, but also recommend that share. We have done a lot of oversight, but I think it's high time that we also strengthen our oversight roles at the WSA level, and also be able to cluster these 105 WSAs and make them appear before the portfolio committee. I'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Honorable Ramaila. Though there was some noise in the background, Chair, we do agree with a number of recommendations and congratulate the city of Cape Town in terms of being ranked amongst the top around issues of water use and water conservation and demand management, which is an issue around institutional and governance matters, issues of asset management, and all these other matters, because water use and conservation and demand management, Chair, does not mean just save water. It's a holistic approach in terms of integrated water resource management. But we do agree that we are prioritizing the water mix. We want all our institutions, depending on the availability of the resource, to use the component of the mix that is available to them, especially the coastal cities, Chair. There's a lot of abundance of water there. Rather than to be building more dams around the sea, let's use desalination as a technology. We can learn from Cape Town, we can learn from Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and others. We've spoken about the issues of return flows. Most of our municipalities, Chairperson, they do use return flows. We know, for an example, the issue of Tshwane. In Tshwane, the timber treatment works gets more water from effluent, and we want them to treat effluent to the higher standards. We know that Mkhalakwana, a small municipality somewhere in Limpopo, is working with Ivan plants. They are doing a return flow where the mine are using effluent. We know a municipality like Pulugwane. We know in Mpumalanga, in Stiftwet, Emalahlen, and Victor Kanye, where they are using reclamation water, Eburulen, and others. And our policy position, Honorable Ramaila, we want them to do more. The very same thing happening in Davel, in KwaZulu-Natal, in Maritzburg, Umsunduzi, where they were able to change a treatment plant to be able to produce electricity, manage the sludge, ensure that the water that gets to Umgeni system is of a good quality. We will support it. That's why in our APP and strat plan is a major issue that we want to promote. And we take that recommendation. On the issue of IDPs, we agree fully with you. Our teams are participating. Some of the IDPs might not be actually answering the issues because of competing work. And Minister has an intention to engage with all the premiers that they too, they must do their own provincial water endeavor so that the province and each province, depending on its peculiarities, they are able to manage their issues. At our level, we are going to monitor that before the IDPs, where our technical teams are participating all the times. All the issues around the turnaround, which are the 5 major points, are included, whether it is about forming of utilities, the issues of ring fencing, making the current systems to work much better, and all the others will look at them. When it comes to support, there is a lot of support, Honorable Ramail. There is a lot of support. The reason why we give them these funds, we ask them to be able to improve on planning. You know, the team of Dr. Mate is working so hard. Some of these municipalities, they couldn't even produce a business plan, can't produce a technical report. It is one of the things that has improved a lot, where business plans and technical reports are done on time. That's why we're doing a lot of allocation. A number of municipalities in the past used not to be allocated because they couldn't produce technical report. As a former mayor leadership, you will know much better how we even assisted your own district at a time when you were the executive mayor in Skukul. That's what we do all the time. But the issues of support, even the metros right now, the DG is working non-stop with National Treasury. There is a facility as we speak now, Chairperson, on metros on a special incentive grant of more than 58 billion rands, Chair. That will be accessible for municipalities to improve their system, including working with private sector in terms of secure partnership that we do. We're also looking at a dispensation with National Treasury for strategic towns, because they too, other provinces don't have metros, but there are big towns like Polokwane, like your Nelspruit, your Mahikeng, you can count them all over. They will need our support, but more importantly, we must have a differentiated approach. Those rural municipalities, Chair, that are not viable, that will not be in a position to do this job, they must never be left behind. That's why our idea of a utility model, assisting that they must be the district playing a particular role in the DDM, even just managing water services and managing the intervention of projects. A small municipality somewhere in the Free State, Kopanong. You know Kopanong at DMC Tlulu loves that small municipality there. They will never be sustainable, Chair, at any point, because it's a combination of small dorpies that were brought together. There is no revenue base, there's nothing. And in other words, those are the people that are dependent on issues of grant funding. Those are the ones that we must support. But when the CEO of TCTA was speaking about a number of projects where there is no appetite by private sector to invest because they don't see any prospect of getting their money back, the state must be able to intervene. When we dealt with the poverty of a poor Afrikaners during apartheid, the Afrikaners were very bold, Chairperson. They will go to a particular area that has a good land and a good rainfall. They will start to build canals there. They will build irrigation schemes. And today, those communities are thriving around food security. They are also doing the export. And this GNU government, too, they must be able to take the risk where private sector is not prepared, just to ensure that those communities are not left behind. But they should never only be consumers of water, but they also have to be the people who are actually using water as a catalyst to change the economic prospects of those particular areas. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramaila, are you satisfied?
I'm happy, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to, before I start, just welcome the presentations. I think they were very well done and done timeously. So just my appreciation for that. I'd like to ask, Chair, in terms of the fruitless expenditure that was recorded of 12 million in the department's presentation, I just want to know, because they say they have a procurement strategy that's going to ensure that we don't have any further losses in the future. I just want to know, in terms of the losses, has the department identified the service providers that have contributed to the delays and cost overruns, just so that we can ensure that if we have errant contractors, is there something being done? Are they being blacklisted? Do we have a strategy to ensure that we don't have any losses in the next term? Also, the department has said they are monitoring transfers, to ensure that they are used for the intended purposes and that there's due diligence that's being done. I just want to ask, with that regard, that are the grants conditional in that if the municipality is not found to be using the funds that are transferred to it for the intended purposes, that's for water and sanitation, and they use it maybe for paying salaries, does the department have sort of a punitive measure or a mechanism where they can ensure that these municipalities or water service authorities use the money for intended purposes? And I'm not talking about an IGR gentleman's agreement. I'm talking about something that is enforceable. Also, they mentioned that they have litigated against water service authorities that are defaulting and not paying. Which entities or water service authorities are being taken for litigation? Can they give us those names, and how much, give or take, do they hope to recover from this litigation process that they've instituted? Also, my next question is to the Water Research Commission, which I think has not been effectively used or optimally used, unfortunately, by the department. I think when we look at the issue of deteriorating water quality, and if that's one of the main mandates of the Water Research Commission, where they look at the water quality health, the water availability and the usage of water, we shouldn't be having an increasing water service authorities that are discharging water that is not, I can say, fit for consumption for the residents. So I just want to know in that regard, what the Water Research Commission is going to do to ensure that we have moved from 5% to 46%. What are they doing to ensure that we decrease that percentage? I'd like to commend them for prioritization of women and youth in the water section, in the water sector, particularly, with regards to the SMMEs that are also prioritized with women and youth. But I just want to know that in their plan, which they plan to involve about 250 students, where they've identified 250 students, from which institutions have they identified them from? And also, are rural communities going to be reached? They have identified succession planning as a risk as well. And they're supposed to be leading in terms of education and training. I just want to know what plans do they have in terms of a succession plan, especially with water service authorities, because we know that municipalities that are responsible for administering water are the ones that have not been professionalized and do not have people with the relevant capacity or skills and expertise. So those are just my questions around the presentations that we received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think she slipped into the two additional questions, Minister, but because she's a lady, then we allowed her to do that.
She also forgot to speak that it's also an IGR of a ladies' agreement, not only gentlemen. We will ask the chair of the Water Research Commission to start, and then the CFO, who's also the acting DG on the other matters of finances, supported by the DDG Mate and the other DDGs, if they can come in quickly. But let's allow Dr. Milam and Dr. Jennifer to come through with your permission, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable DM. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Member, we appreciate and acknowledge your questions and inputs. I'm going to ask the CEO, Dr. Jen, to reflect on those questions that have been posed. I think, Honorable Member Kobe, I did indicate earlier in the meeting that the uptake of solutions that the WRC has developed has been slow. Nonetheless, we have done quite a lot of stakeholder engagements with municipalities as well as water boards to try and share some of the solutions on various platforms. Dr. Chen can reflect on that. And we are taking our role as a research support to the department very seriously, and therefore engaging quite closely with the two DMs, as you would have heard in their earlier inputs. We largely support postgraduate students through the projects that we fund, but the CEO can then unpack where those students are located and who gets to benefit from these initiatives. The succession planning question is, I think, that we presented is internally focused. However, I don't know whether the CEO will be in a position to also share how we support municipalities around capacity development. We do have initiatives that programs that support emerging engineers, for instance, as a way to capacitate municipalities. Perhaps CE, you can also reflect on that initiative. If you allow me, Chair, I'll hand over to the CE. Dr. Jen?
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, members, for the questions. In terms of deteriorating water quality, there is a lot of research that has been done by the Water Research Commission. There's a lot of technologies that also have been tested. I mean, one of the ones that's been implemented already in the AMD projects is as a result of work done at the Water Research Commission with a variety of projects, of technologies that have been developed. Chair, some of these technologies, we managed to demonstrate them with on site at different areas, be it mining, be it within the river systems. But Chair, as we have said, it is around technology uptake. Obviously, the procurement processes will want a design of a technology that would be suitable, but there's not necessarily sourcing from the Water Research Commission technologies to say what do you advise. A lot of work has taken place in the issue around the hyacinth growth, the biological systems that you have got the little hohakis that eat all those plants. There's work that's been done in that regard. So the Research Commission and its partners or technology developers are ready to have their technologies being utilized, but also not to downplay. There is the work that was commended, for example, around water reuse, around the City of Cape Town. It's work that has been done through the Water Research Commission with in partnership with the Gates Foundation around the sanitation systems. In the main, we are also saying we need to relook water quality, particularly sanitation, from a futuristic approach, right? We are flushing all this clean water, which then gets polluted, which then goes into the rivers. And we're saying with all of these new developments, for example, where we know that the wastewater treatment works have been overloaded, we are proposing, and as a matter of regulation, that then the municipalities should not approve those developments, but rather direct them to look at water reuse so that the available volumes can be utilized for drinking water purposes, but you can have decentralized systems which can treat waste on site. Chair, there was a question on the students. So the students are linked to projects. In the main, they are postgraduate students for your master's degrees as well as their PhDs. We cover all universities, and even some of them are studying as consultants, which are then doing some research with the Water Research Commission. Yes, definitely the prioritization of the HDI universities is key one for the Water Research Commission. We have recently, for example, at the University of Sol Plaatje in the Northern Cape, established Arid Region Water Research Center, which then will be the seat of training local government practitioners and also ensuring that they are dealing with issues of dry areas. So there will be linkages with the universities of Limpopo in that. We've got our other center of excellence at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which is dealing mainly with water and sanitation, hygiene, work, and in the sanitation space, where we've developed some of these commercially available sanitation technologies. Yes, the chair has reflected on our succession planning, which is talking to internally. Firstly, it's that it's very difficult to find researchers. So just to ensure that research is not a scarce skill, we are ensuring that we are retraining our colleagues internally, use of digital technologies, as well as, use of AI in terms of how we then are managing our data, are managing our information and utilizing it to gather some intelligence, which obviously can be utilized further for research. Within the Water Services Authority, since 2019, the WRC has been in partnership with the Department of Science and Innovation, and on an annual basis, we're training about 30 engineers from the municipalities. They go through boot camps. There's 3 that take place in the country, and then the last one, we take them overseas, where they get the necessary exposure. And the funny thing is that we have been receiving reports that our South African engineering training is actually of very good quality. I suppose the issue becomes then how that is translated into impactful action when they are employed within the municipal spaces. Chair, we are also have in this current financial year contracted about 15 postdoctorates. The postdoctorates then will be doing, we are funded by the Water Research Commission to do water-related projects within the country at the moment, but we are also planning on partnering with international universities for this process, also so that when they come back, they do get research projects. So we are building the pool and also contributing towards the National Development Plan target that we need to be by 2030 having at least 1,000 PhDs for 1 million citizens as directed by the National Development Plan. So Chair, those are the answers, I think, to the questions. And if there's any more clarity, I can further comment. Thanks.
We'll ask CFO to speak on the expenditure issues, and then the DDG for water services on the transfers and the punitive measures with the CFO and the litigations. And if Polani Mangete, you still want to come in on how we are working closely on water quality management with the Water Research Commission and the DM will come then after that.
Thank you, Chairperson DM. The questions from Honorable Kobe relating to the regular expenditure. Yes, indeed, we managed through the procurement strategy, but also the recovery plan to reduce those amounts as indicated, both the regular expenditure, which was at some point 17 billion, and also fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which was at 1.7 billion. So this reduction over the years has to do with the change in the manner in which we conduct procurement in the department, contract management as well, but also a significant portion of those had to do with implementing agents. So we did put in control measures to perform oversight on our implementing agents, which includes both water boards as well as municipalities. So that is part of the results that we have realized from those interventions. So the irregular expenditure, there are details. We do report on them on a quarterly basis. And in terms of those companies that were found not to have complied, where required or when necessary, we do also do the blacklisting. That is correct. We do have the list of those companies that we have written to National Treasury, and we are also following up where Treasury asks also for additional information. There's also a process of blacklisting in other instances, directors who are affected. So I will leave the questions on transfers. I can just indicate that we comply with the Division of Revenue Act, but as directed by the DM, that we allow DDG Marty to speak to those measures that we have to ensure that those municipalities that don't comply. Or maybe first, sorry, my apologies, DM, let me deal with the issue of litigation. What I mentioned earlier on, Honorable Kobe, is that one of the corrective actions that we have in place is litigation. It wasn't specific to the municipalities, but we do have those companies that we have handed over, and the list and the details are available. With regard to municipalities, we do follow the IGR process as part of recovery of those amounts owed to the department. But in the main, I was referring to the companies and individuals that we have handed over, and those lists are available. Thanks. DG Martin.
Thank you, CFO, Chair and DM. With regard to monitoring of transfers, I think the CFO just gave the high level that we do comply with our Division of Revenue Act radar. But what we also want to bring to the attention of the honorable members is that we do have two schedules in our grant. We have got the 5B grant, which we send directly to municipalities, but we also have the 6B schedule, which we keep, as the CFO mentioned during the presentation, that this is the one that we pay per invoice. Now, how these two are monitored, we have 9 provincial heads throughout the country, and these projects, Chair, are linked or attached to a specific business plan that gets generated directly by the municipality. It comes through our processes of approval. And mostly we emphasize that these business plans needs to be linked to the IDP processes that are happening within those municipalities. By the time the project gets approved and there's funding approval, we then set up our project management team in our regional office that monitors progress on each and every project. But to also affirm some of the processes that National Treasury is doing, Chair, National Treasury have the provincial treasury, which works directly with our provincial offices. They co-monitor these transfers. So by the time we monitor progress and do the next transfers based on the trenches, National Treasury provincially works with us to ensure that we submit the dual report. So there is no space for defaulting of these municipalities. Where they are failing to comply, we change the schedule, Honorable Kobe, from direct grants to indirect grants, where we are, as a department, capable of appointing the implementing agent. In this case, we can use the water board or one of the municipalities that are capable of doing the project. So that's how we ensure that we enforce the compliance in this grant. We can also confirm that we don't have the experience in our records now, which states that we did make transfers to a specific municipality, and then that money went to pay for salaries. However, municipalities do get their own equitable share, which is co-monitored by National Treasury. So the system in place makes us to fully comply with the Division of Revenue Act in terms of monitoring of this transfer. Thank you, DM. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure, Zwane, do you want to come on the question of water quality in partnership with Water Research Commission, DDG, responsible for regulation?
Thank you, DM. Good morning, Chair and members. We do partner with WRC, as has been presented by the CEO, on the number of projects, including the one that is being used now on AMD. But I can also add, Chairperson, that as we are unpacking the recently approved raw water pricing strategy, the WRC is assisting us in unpacking a number of formulae that we will use. The most important one is the calculation of the waste discharge charge system, also the mitigation charge, which they are assisting us, that when we implement it in a number of catchments, we are able to be accurate. And they've also assisted us in terms of the licensing project for the water services providers, where they are acting as implementing agents, and they've developed the whole program, Chair. Maybe just to mention a few, DM. Thank you.
I'm not sure, DM Sitlulu, on your case, you are leading this team in managing these matters of deteriorating quality and pollution leadership.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson, and thanks again, DM. It's an issue that is receiving much needed attention from the regulation enforcement and compliance branch of the department. But Chairperson, you'll recall that one of the issues that was raised by SALGA at the Water and Sanitation in Daba, particularly as it relates to our regulation process as a department, is this issue of us, taking municipalities or water services authorities to court for the pollution of our water resources, which obviously jeopardizes the quality of our raw water. We are currently in Knysna about a week or so ago, where we launched the Knysna Water and Sanitation Forum, which is a community-driven and led forum that will be able to engage municipalities or Knysna as a water services authority, particularly in addressing some of the water and sanitation-related issues, in particular the issue of the ongoing pollution of the Knysna Lagoon. These are but just some of the initiatives that the department is doing outside of taking our regulatory responsibility as per the legislative framework, to make sure that we're able to hold water services authorities accountable and municipalities accountable for the pollution of our water resources. And so the department has had an engagement with the minister, who has raised the issue to say, is it sustainable? Is it feasible? The reality at the end of the day, Honorable Chairperson, is that if the Department of Water and Sanitation does not take regulatory action against water services authorities for pollution of our water resources, other departments and other entities will do so. And it is the Department of Water and Sanitation that must then also become a respondent in some of these particular cases. So it is important that we advocate for the legislative framework, make sure that we're able to do the work that we must do as a department, whilst we continue with the coordinated efforts with working together with water services authorities in addressing some of the key concerns that we do have. I've emphasized on this portfolio committee before, and I want to do it again, that we are facing a crisis in as far as the raw water quality is concerned, caused by the the pollution that is the high nutrient load that we find in our dams and rivers. And we will endeavor as a department to do the best that we can, working together with water services authorities and other entities to really drive the issue home and make sure that we're able to begin to address this issue together with our entity at the WRC. Thank you, TM. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, on the issue, just to add maybe last points, on the issue, the department on managing the issues of the impact of deteriorating water quality, we are actually improving our internal capacity. We are not only using the Water Research Commission, we also have the catchment management agencies that are being established. They do a lot of work around water resource protection. We also have our number of systems that are managed by the water boards. You look at the integrated Var River system, Rand Water has more information and capability, having all the instrumentation and gadgets to monitor the system. Umgeni system down in KwaZulu-Natal, Umgeni Tugela Water Board, they are doing all those ones. That's the internal capacity. From a policy point of view, we know that Cabinet has approved the mine water quality management policy. From time to time, our teams are issuing resource quality objectives and reviewing the licenses that they give to these people. But Honorable Kobe, you should also know that you will need to have functional laboratories so that you can have that they are meeting SAPS standards. So if you want to take them to court, you can be in a position to take them to court. But you also need laboratories that monitoring must be done, even self-monitoring by all institutions that have water use licenses on their effluent. They must publish them so that citizens can have confidence that is there, including all those other early warning systems. On the question of capacity and the skills of people, apart from internal issues, internally the department has a lot of bursaries. We have a learning academy. But remember, we took a major decision. We don't want going forward to continue to have people who are not fit in terms of experience and capabilities in the water sector. That's why we have agreed with COGTA on a professionalization framework, that all those who are working in the water sector must be fit for purpose, but must also be people with actually the right morals that are working there. Working with the sitters, we have to continuously improve their capabilities, including in our own department. You can see in the department, there are a number of professionals that have been appointed, a number of registered engineers and professionals and scientists and all these people that we need. But those who are working in the sector, we can't throw them away, Honorable Cobb. There has to be a process of training and developing them in terms of skills audit, have a recognition of prior learning, and our teams are working with the sitters, including COGTA, to address those issues, including SALCA. Going forward, we know that the Minister of COGTA has the authority to concur, especially MECs, about the appointments of Section 56 and 55 managers. We too, as a Department of Water and Sanitation, we want to have our minimum standards that are required for the people that will be appointed as technical directors or technical executive directors. So that we don't have this problem where people who are not supposed to be in that space are actually in the space and collapsing our own institution in the water sector. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That was very long answers to Honorable Colbe. Are you satisfied? I hope you are satisfied with the answers.
Chair, I'm more than satisfied from the Department, Water Research Commission, like all of them. Very satisfied. Thank you so much for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kecha Kilwe, it's your questions now.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members, deputy ministers, officials from the department, state-owned entities, chairpersons, as well as the officials. Let me also welcome the 3 presentations made. They were well informative, Chair. My first question, the department strategic plan highlighted an important issue, that of strengthening the role as the regulator of the water service sector. Could the department please elaborate on how the department plans to undertake this important responsibility based on the Ministry of our Water and Sanitation Minister? Can the Deputy Minister give us a high-level summary of the proposed amendments to the National Water Act and the Water Service Act? The strategic plan for the department raises a concern around the significant and growing backlog in the maintenance of refurbishment of national water resources infrastructure. However, it does not offer any recommendation on strategies to address this backlog, which is estimated to need around 38 billion to fund this important matter. Could the department explain the source of this funding and the steps taken to secure it? On page 29 of the department's annual performance plan, it is reported that the department will spend about 1.9 billion on office accommodation over the medium-term expenditure framework. This is a lot of money to be spent on office accommodation when there are many unoccupied government buildings. Are there any plans to have them occupy a government-owned building to avoid to pay over 1.9 billion just for office accommodation? And on page 29 of their annual plan, it is reported that the department has budgeted about 567 million and 794,676 million for consultancy fee on businesses and advisory services, and for infrastructure planning services respectively over the medium-term expenditure framework. Why does the department build its own? Why doesn't the department build its own internal capacity based on these services to reduce over-reliance on consultancy, thereby saving money and channeling it towards service delivery? And then on page 34 of their APP, it is reported that the governing board for the National Water Resource Infrastructure has been appointed or should have been appointed in the previous financial year. Has the department successfully appointed the governing board? And if not, when will the appointment process conclude? The department reports on page 36 of their APP that it has almost 10% vacancy rate for engineers and scientists. Will the department fill these vacancies this financial year? And if so, how much is budgeted for the filling of those positions? And then to TCTA, on page 30.
Honorable member, please, you've now asked 6 questions. There's other members who also like to ask questions. We'll come back to you when we the second round.
Thank you.
The women are taking liberties today in the committee, so we as gentlemen should take cognizance of that. Deputy Minister?
No, thanks, Chair. Last time we apologized, were very long because the questions were too many. I will ask the CFO to come through, but just on the issues of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, there is
Yes, my apologies, Chairperson and DM. I just want to render an apology as I need to attend an Environmental Management Inspectorate seminar, which is starting at 1, where our Chief Director is speaking there. With your permission, Chairperson. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for attending the meeting. Thank you and all of the best.
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Chairperson, quickly, on the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, the instruction by His Excellency the President is that by the end of 25-26 financial year, it should have been established. But there is a holding matter that requires your guidance and support. We are bringing in a technical amendment in terms of the schedule, Chair, that we have sorted out with National Treasury will be coming to you so that at least that technical amendment, just in terms of the scheduling, where does it look? In terms of the Water Services Act and the National Water Act, they are all coming through. And currently, there are a number of instruments that we're using, regulations and other reporting mechanisms. But in the main, when you lead this process yourselves, one of the issues we want to introduce is the idea of utility models, the idea to ensure that water services are run as a trading entity, separating the authority part and the provision part, introduction of the issues of what do you call it, performance-based contracts, where you have incentives and disincentives. Those are the main amendments that you look at in terms of the processes, but will be guided by yourselves. The other matters, I will ask quickly the CFO, DDG Fundagubi and the DDG Mate to respond, including the ones around the office accommodation. CFO, Acting DG, please come quickly.
Thank you, DM Chairperson. I will start with the use of consultants, and then my other colleagues will also add. The DG Fundagubi will assist us also on office accommodation. We do agree, Chairperson, that we need to reduce the reliance on consultants. However, the consultants that we have included in our budget relates mainly to those specialized skills under business advisory, as indicated, also engineering services. And most of those are project specific. We'll have the engineers, hydrologists, and those scientists that are used for different projects, including our construction unit. The compensation of employees as well of the department is limited. There are ceilings. So we do take a note of the input, and there's also a plan where it is possible for the department to reduce the reliance on those consultants. Office accommodation, DM, I will request that the DDG assist on that one, and then also the other DDGs will come in as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. On just to tap also on the one that CFO have just responded on the engineers and the scientists. I just want to indicate that yes, indeed, the high vacancy rate, it looks high because this was as a result of the review of our structure, which then prompted us to increase the engineers and the scientists that we need to intake in the department. And I must confirm that we have started recruiting the engineers and the scientists, and we are making a stride in that regard. On the issue of the office accommodation, the budget that is indicated there, indeed, currently we are using the landlords that are privately owned, but as a department, we have taken a decision to embark on building our own office accommodation. That process has already started. It is a PPP with National Treasury, and that process is ongoing. We are anticipating that we will be having our own building within the next 2 years once the construction has started. Thank you so much.
Well done, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, are you satisfied with the answers you received?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dikebe, let's show the women we can stick to 3 questions. We discipline. It's your time now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, the DM, all the officials of the department and entities. Chairperson, I have maybe 1 or 2 questions. With regards to IP within our science councils and similar entities, could the DM perhaps tell us when next are they going to apprise us about progress with regards to the finalization of that particular aspect? We know that it is not peculiar to the Water Research Commission alone, but that a number of other entities, be it the CSIR and others, are affected. You will know, Chairperson, that in 2015, and in anticipation of 2025, the Chinese adopted what they called Made in China 2025. And it is exactly because of such foresight that they were able to simulate, to stress test, to anticipate the chainsaw and sledgehammer approach of the tariffs that they are experiencing at the moment. And no part of the world with regards to that can be spared. The WRC indicated that our own students are highly rated overseas. And I think if we think of that, and you think of the extent to which the intangible creations of the human intellect on the part of those students, and those being South Africans, can be applied to problem solve on a whole range of issues, or on a wide range of issues affecting the water sector, you can imagine the extent to which we could ourselves make progress in respect of the NDP goals. So we would like perhaps the DM to then apprise us with regards to how soon can they come back to give us specifics with regards to that, with the understanding that there must be collaboration between the department and other departments and entities. Chairperson, on the construction unit, the construction unit, according to the report, was flagged as one of those main drivers with regards to adverse audit outcomes. Now, I'd like to know how much of this incidence of adverse audit outcomes can be attributed to poorly managed risks such as disputes in projects, and how much of it can be attributed to lack of skills, malfeasance, and corruption. The last one, Chairperson, the WSAs, there are quite a number of municipalities which used to be stand-alone municipalities or town-based municipalities, and they have quite a number of water treatment plants, etc. And in the aftermath of 2000, some of these municipalities, although it's now a cluster of towns that constitute one municipality, have continued along that same path. Recalling, Chairperson, as I conclude, recalling Mfuleni and the very innovative intervention on the part of the department, can we, while we await the amendment of the Water Services Act, intervene in municipalities where there is such a dire need. The DM mentioned Kopanong, for example, and there are many others which may not be as poorly resourced as Kopanong. You can take Mokraka in the Free State, you can take Masilonyana, you can take Tswelopele, and many others. And I believe in many other provinces, there will be such municipalities where there is a very dire, urgent need for SPVs to be initiated so that it's not a matter of waiting for the ring fencing of resources that emanate from trading services in municipalities. Those would be my questions, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Chair, on the question of IP, we've been having a discussion that we have high levels of excellence in terms of our institutions. And some of these institutions, government is the only shareholder. The tragedy is that we as government, we have not been creating a special dispensation, that there are certain entities like research institutions, like Water Research Commission, CSIR, and I've visited a number of universities with the Water Research Commission, with the chair and the CEO. You can be amazed on the quality of research. Actually, global leading institutions here that they come and lead here. There are discussions in the water task team led by the DP. We are looking at National Treasury and the DTIC, that when they do these designations, Chair, our institutions must not be subjected to these processes of competing when they are a state institution wholly owned by the state. The Water Research Commission, the reservoir of knowledge and research that is available is world-class and is being used internationally. Ultimately, if we don't arrive at the level of commercialization, Chair, and industrialization will never happen in South Africa. I will take the point, Honorable Jitebe, that we should be able to pursue this matter, but we are also deliberately raising the matter through you as the representatives of our people, that you too play a part, so that we don't actually pay something that we should be paying $1 here, and it comes back as an import, export, I mean, importing it back at home at a higher rate. On the issues of corruptions and so forth, the TCT have led these criminality, corruption, invoice facilitators and all of them. They've caused the biggest issue, and it's a matter of priority. That's why even on the IMC around that is dealing with critical infrastructure, we're looking at it, but the CFO can come in. The last point was a matter of comment, Chairperson. We do take the advice that Honorable Jitebe is giving us. Those are the areas that have an intention that they ask for support or they ask for Section 63 intervention without us going through all these other processes. We are prepared as a department to engage, working with COGTA and the President and National Treasurer to support them. But CFO, deal with that other matter of your construction unit.
Thank you, Chairperson DM. Correct, yes, Honorable Jitebe, when it comes to construction unit, there are various factors that have contributed to those incidents of fruitless and wasteful expenditure over the years, and we have been addressing those. So it's procurement management, and that we have addressed as indicated earlier on through the infrastructure procurement policy, including the standard operating procedures that we have implemented. There is also ongoing training that we had to embark on. There were also incidents of project management as well as performance management. And lastly, we did also have incidents where irregularities were noted, and our departmental auditors, internal auditors also assisted with the investigations, and those cases were followed up and
where officials were found to have contravened the departmental policies as well as the FMA corrective action were taken. So we are working hard, and as indicated through that trend analysis, our aim is to ensure that as we move into this financial year, of which the portfolio committee is being briefed on, that we eliminate those. So it's all those factors that were as alluded to. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditewe, are you satisfied?
I am, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I give the next person, Honorable Gledlanga?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Honorable Chair, and all honorable members. Special greetings to the two deputy ministers and the officials from the department. Chair, I won't take long. I'll just stick on only 3 questions. I think there are 2 areas that I must speak to first, and that welcoming the presentation. I think it was well prepared. Again, comment on the idea by the ministry on intervening on 105 municipalities. I think we must welcome such and say to the department that they will monitor it, the other members, whether it is going to yield the intended outcomes. What I will do that I'll ask this question. The first question with the Water Research Commission. Its report on page 27 states that at least 5 of its employees are foreign nationals. Do the employed foreign nationals fall under the critical skills requirements as published by the Department of Home Affairs? What step has or will the entity take to ensure that the South African youth are capacitated with these critical skills? The other question is on with TCTA. On page 28 also of its presentation, it says that it has planned a new multi-project capital markets program that will be listed in JSE this current year, subject to meeting JSE listing requirements with regards to audit outcomes. What would the TCTA gain from listing such a program on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange? The last question is with the department on its annual performance plan. It has identified the development draft bill or regulations for the establishment of the water economic regulator as a target for this financial year. It is troubling that the draft bill or regulations will only be developed this year, given that the issue has been discussed since 2017. Why has this taken this long for the department to start drafting the bill or regulations for the establishment of this important structure? Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister.
We'll ask TCTA to start. Chair, the chair of the board and the CE quickly, followed by the Water Research Commission, and then the department will conclude.
Thank you, DM, and thank you to Member Lelanga for the question. I will address the CE will add where I missed something. I think the issue of TCTA, as the CE alluded to in the presentation, is that any source of funding for us is needs to be available for us to execute the projects. And that part of JSE has that sort of funding that they can offer. And obviously it's subject to the conditions that they have. And we look into those conditions and see that they are suitable for TCTA and also approved by National Treasury. So in order to be able to access that type of funding, we have to make sure that the audit outcomes are suitable for that funding. So it is a funding like any other funding which should be available for any projects that we are dealing with. CE, is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. Perhaps let me start it at a macro level. The funders, we have different kind of funders, both locally and internationally. And there's a lot that they're looking at, even in terms of the state of our economy. We know what's happening now if you look at the relationship between South Africa and the US, amongst other things. Part of what happens with the funders is everybody looks after their money. And we know that for the water sector, we prefer having long-term funding, preferably 20 years or more if we can, because then at least it does make sure that we can predict and know what kind of tariffs we need to put on the table. But lately, if one looks at the performance of the economy of South Africa, a lot of funders prefer short-term, maybe 5 to 7 years being their sweet spot, which means somebody can say, I can give you the money that you want, but because we are unsure of having a long-term view or exposure as a public entity, we'd rather say this would be for 7 years rather than the 20 years that we prefer. Then in that case, we can take the money now. The DMTN program, as we have said, and listing it on the JSE, is supposed to be able to give us quick access to money when we need it. And if I take the example that I've made, we can take a 7-year loan, but in the meantime, we are able then to swap when the 7 years come to an end, or even before that time, when we are still searching for long-term notes that are preferable so that we keep water affordable. So it is indeed a very useful instrument that we have, where we can actually be able to do that kind of swapping where it's necessary. Because in the end, we need to have predictability so that you don't have a water cost sharply increasing because somebody says, I'm actually loaning you 20 billion and I need it in 5 years. You can just imagine what that means. So it helps with the smoothing of that curve from a point of view of being able to repay shortly in the short term those that have given money when we wanted it. And you've seen that it takes a long time for us to get to a point where we're saying we're doing big infrastructure from the planning to getting the money and to starting the project. It's actually a long process. I have heard even the earlier comment saying, why don't we only fix what is happening within the municipal space? It's well and good, but unless we do proper long-term planning, we're going to find ourselves in this crisis, and it will take us a long time before we can sort it out. So I'm hoping that I've explained why the DMTN program is such a very important program for us, because it does help us smooth out the curves. And when we need money to start some of the projects, it's easier for us to tap into it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
We'll ask Water Research Commission Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Member Tlelanga, for that question. It is indeed correct that 5 out of 88 employees are foreign national. I would like to assure you that our recruitment policies take into consideration the issue of critical skills and are compliant with the necessary labor laws. The CE can then add, perhaps reflect on these 5 employees and whether they're all critical and maybe the types of documentation they have. In terms of what we are doing to ensure that South Africans are employed in these critical roles, I think earlier we did outline that there is a succession plan in place at the WRC, which in the main prioritize capacity building. DM, if you allow, the CE can also add. Thank you.
CE quickly.
Thank you, Chair.
Without going to conditions of employment of individuals, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks, members. Yes, Chair, I think at the time when the officials were appointed, they fell within the scarce skills, the naturalized South Africans. But Chair, I think I've highlighted around the capacity building efforts that also makes us in future to have more of these researchers, a pool of researchers nationally in terms of our training and capacity building, postdoc training, as well as the different trainings that we are doing, and also with the ones that are there through the internship programs that we have at times, Chair. We then have understudies, and then obviously looking at succession planning in terms of the higher end of the retiring professionals. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We are having the Chair and the CEO of TCTA, Chairperson, very, very modest. This is an institution we can be proud of when it comes to state-owned entities. They go to the markets, they hold bonds. They have never defaulted, Chairperson. You have been here for quite some time in the water space. We're very proud of them. Every time they come and ask for minister's concurrence and the Minister of Treasury to go to the market, we're very, very pleased on the quality of work, including the quality of the CEO and the board, that they do this work, including when Randwater, they come, Umgeni. We know that these are some of the state-owned entities that the department and the ministry have managed well as a beacon of hope. And Percy, the CEO, Comrade Percy, is absolutely correct. There are risks. The risks are becoming acute due to geopolitical tension and the trade wars. But there are also risks around the culture of non-payment in our own country that we need to attend to. On the last issue, Honorable Comrade Lelangu, on the regulator. This is an idea that came on the basis of studies that were done by SALCA, National Treasury, and ourselves in Copter. There was a strong complaint that we are the referee and the player when it comes to water pricing. There were certain people who were just trying to be very innovative, calling this thing an independent regulator. The regulatory function around water and water sanitation and so forth remains a state function. We then have taken a decision to establish an independent economic regulator for water use charges, which is pricing. We then said, let's start because there was no enabling legislation. In the absence of enabling legislation like NERSA, which is doing the economic regulation for electricity prices, I know there's going to be an economic regulator cabinet has looked at in terms of the medium-term development plan for issues of rail transport. Then we started to do appointing a quasi-independent economic regulator. And in the meantime, it has been there for close to 3 years now. There are strengths that we have got, but there are also fundamental weaknesses. We are actually looking now at enabling legislation. When we are ready, we'll be able to come to you. But in the meantime, we are actually going to be doing a review and assessment of the performance of the current quasi-economic regulator that is there. We just concluded these issues of water use pricing. But the fundamental decisions we have made, this independent economic regulator for water and sanitation, we want it to look at the entire value chain, from the resource development charge, from the bulk tariffs, until to the retail. Because what we do, the minister working with this advisory body, we're in a position to say water boards don't increase so much, while at the same time the input costs like labor, like issues of chemicals, which are dollar denominated because we are actually reliant in terms of as a country from bringing them from outside, but also the prices of electricity that have increased over the last 15 years by more than 1,700%, while the issues of inflation have increased by more than 290-something%. That's what we're looking at. When we have done our own review internally, we'll draft the enabling legislation working with SALCA, Treasury, and COGTA. We'll then be able to come through. But in the meantime, there's a value add we're getting from this advisory body called Independent Economic Regulator, which is quasi at this stage. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, although I do agree with TCTA on planning for medium and long term, that's the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is also that you want to create new infrastructure, release water into this municipal infrastructure that is leaking, and that is not good business. So whilst we do planning on the one side to increase our water capacity, we've also got to fix our leaks at municipalities. Otherwise, we're throwing good money into bad infrastructure. So, but I think we'll have to unpack this capital market with TCTA and yourself as the department and call for a special meeting dealing with TCTA as well as the Lesotho Highlands scheme and the Auditor General on the Lesotho Highlands scheme. But I will discuss this with the committee, and then we will continue having that even a separate meeting that could be after hours as well. But we will communicate with you on that. The next person, we will go over time as it is committee week. So we will go a bit over time, Deputy Minister. Honourable Moore.
Chair, I thought the Honourable Reddy was before me.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. You have overlooked me.
My apology, on my screen it doesn't show, but
the Honourable Reddy is in the Eastern DRC.
If Honourable Moore is a gentleman and you're ready, then we can go.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honourable Kaula, I will give you an opportunity after Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me firstly begin by thanking you. I think I want to thank you for the way you're managing the input. And as a disciplined member of the committee, I restricted my questions to just 3 and waited my turn so that I may make further input. Chairperson and colleagues and deputy ministers, I think we need to accept that we have a crisis in water in the country at the moment. And business as usual is not going to yield the results we expect. What is business as usual? Business as usual means, 1, we continue supporting municipalities by transferring grants to them, knowing fully well they do not have the capacity to manage these funds. They cannot draw up business plans. They don't have the skills. It's a complete disaster. And as long as we continue doing that, we're not going to see anything any different. The situation is only going to get worse. You're going to find that they're not going to even spend the monies. My question then would be, why aren't we using the water boards, where we are transferring the funds to water boards and using the water boards as implementing agents to be able to go out and do the work? While I'm at this, let me give you one example. You take the procurement of bulk water pipes. I can tell you now, if we do a small research, you'll find that in every municipality, the quality, the costs varies tremendously. There's no consistency. Why is it that the department cannot procure these pipes and supply the pipes to municipalities? Look at the situation nationally and then find a program, a 5-year program in which we look at the replacement of these pipes from the department's point of view, using the water boards as implementing agents for municipalities. The second issue, business as usual, is when we continue doing the normal. We build dams. At the moment, we're spending about 23 billion rands on the Lower Mkomazi Dam. And yet we are told that water is a scarce resource, that there's no surety of supply in the next 30 years. But we're going to have all these dams that are going to be built, and there's going to be no water in them. Why aren't we looking at desalination as an option? eThekwini municipality, they've got the site, they are ready to develop a desalination project. Why aren't we looking at partnering with eThekwini and building a desalination plant in the eThekwini area? So Chairperson, that is one of the things that we need to be looking at, and I'd like to get some responses from the officials. I just feel that from what I'm hearing so far, it's not really, the rubber is not meeting the road. And if there are residents out there who are listening to this meeting, they're not going to get anything out of this that's going to say they're going to get water in the taps. The reality, if members don't know this, is that there are hundreds of thousands of residents who are in eThekwini at night. There's no water. That's the reality. And we are paying customers. So we need to be doing business unusual instead of just falling back on legislation, hiding behind legislation and saying that this is legislation and these are impediments that prevents us from going and doing things differently. We need to look at this creatively and come up with creative solutions. We are, after all, lawmakers. We can change the law if needs be, so long as our residents benefit from whatever we do. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I understand that water is an emotive issue. Let's just make an indication that we need to act within the law. One of the things that we are doing as a department is that we've made our water boards to be available to be used by a number of municipalities. We've appointed a number of them as implementing agents. We've done an assessment. But remember, these water boards, Honorable Reid, they are not on the same capacity. Some of them, they are weak. That's why when we gave you the classification of the risk profile of our water boards, Umgen has a capacity. We know that Randwater has a capacity. Mahalis, to a certain extent, Lipele, there are certain challenges we face. We are not only making these water boards as entities that can do the work, we are also using the districts. There are certain district municipalities or other municipalities and other entities that we have them as the implementing agent. If you can look at the presentation our team has done, leadership, you will notice that when it comes to indirect grants, just when you look at the regional bulk infrastructure grant, over the next 3 years, you can see that more than 9.8 billion rands, Chair. In other words, that money is not going to go to the municipality. It will come to us. We will appoint either the construction unit, we will either appoint another municipality, will appoint the water board just to do the implementation. It's a tool that we are using. We can agree that it might not be sufficient, Chairperson, but it's a serious intervention. When it comes to the water services improvement grant, is a very same thing that we are actually doing. You can look, Honorable Reddy, when it comes just to issues of transfers, the CFO have given you the monies when it comes to transfers, which amounts in the first year more than 18 billion. It grows and grows. We agree. And we need more implementing agents that have the capacity to support municipality. It's one of the resolutions we took, that where a municipality fails, it can continue to become a water services provider. We are intervening. We said they can appoint any other entity on their own behalf. If they don't do that, the monies that we have control over those monies, we are not sitting idly. That's why DDG Mate was very clear in dealing with that particular issue. I like the idea of central procurement. One of the things that the department is looking at, so that we can cut the turnaround time, is to be able to promote new industrialization, where we can produce our own pipes within South Africa without limiting us to one technology, because we must avoid that 1%. And then these pipes are actually made in South Africa. They are assembled in South Africa. The very same thing when it comes to issues like chemicals. You know, the chemicals, most of the companies here, Honorable Reid, instead of treatment chemicals, they do a lot of blending. We need to have our own here so that the issues that are around the issues of input, whether it is steel, whether it is cement, is actually at home, and we're building on that. That's why even some of the things that we normally encourage our implementing agent, acquisition of material on time is an important aspect. The issue around the building of dams, Honorable Reid, we must always be careful not to behave like other people who promote one idea over the other. Environmentalists, they always say, save what? And then the developer says, build more dams, as if they are mutually exclusive. They are mutually dependent. We must know that when it rains, this country, Honorable Chair, must build more dams, probably small dams that will become like balancing dams, so that in times of drought and need, we'll be able to actually use that. But cities that are far away from the issues like cities in the coastal line, we must encourage them around desalination. Honorable Reid, as a former member of Umgeni Water Board, you know there is a desalination plant around Umhlatuze city. There is one in the Eastern Cape, there is one in Cape Town. The challenges of the technology has been a problem in the disposal of the brine. But in the water mix, we're very clear, Chairperson, let them use it. In the meantime, if there are more coastal cities and towns using the desalination, they will be able to do that. But in the mining communities, we are promoting water reclamation on Honorable Reid, where there's a lot of effluent like Johannesburg, eThekwini, and others. Return flows are a way to go, where there are possibilities of doing groundwater exploration in rural communities and spring protection, you do it. At Dumbe, Honorable Reid, when you were still a member of the board, I once launched a project called Atmospheric Water Solution, where you take the air, where there is no source of water from anywhere. There are trillions and trillions of liters of water available in the atmosphere. You harvest it, it lands on a cold surface, it forms water drops. It might not be the sufficient water we need, but in a school in Paul Petersburg in KwaZulu-Natal, it's a very, very good thing that we've done there. These are the issues of looking at the mix. We'll not do the cloud seeding because it's expensive like in the Gulf, but we can also do something called issues of molecular organic formation, which is also part of atmospheric water solution that has been done between our own universities. Dr. Mlam was involved in that issue, that site. I got involved working with the Americans. There are many, many opportunities to say, where will the next drop of water? But the view by the chair is absolutely correct. We can bring more water, but as long as the water is being wasted, there is no efficiency and no discipline in terms of management and asset management, we'll lose the plot. Therefore, we need to look at the entire value chain, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Reddy, are you satisfied?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Makula, I'm going to afford you the opportunity before Honorable Moore. You're more than welcome.
My colleague, presentation.
Honorable member. Member, we can't really hear you.
You can't hear me. Hello?
We can hear you now. You can continue.
Okay. No, I mean, what I'm going to say. First the one,
Chairperson, Ma'am Khawula, we can't hear. Ma'am Khawula, uzwakala.
We can't hear you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, maybe you should just go off and then just rejoin, and maybe you'll have better connection. Honourable Member, I really can't hear you. Neither can the members hear you. Can I then ask? Can I ask that you rejoin, please? I'm then going ahead with Honourable Moore, and I'll come back to you. Honourable Moore.
You hear me now? Are you hear me now, Chair?
It sounds much better now.
Yeah, ngicela qhubeka mfethu izulu liyanda la phezulu. Yeah, ngizwe manje.
It sounds better, Chair, but still a little bit scratchy. But mhlambe she can proceed, Ma'am Khawula.
Khawula, you can proceed if we can hear you. Otherwise, I would ask that we continue with other members. You can continue now, Honourable Member.
Okay, Chairperson, no, Chair. Mina ngivumelana nawe ukhona. Ezinye izinto ofuna sibheke la singalokhu sifaka imali kodwa sibe sibona umsebenzi uzawenzeki. Uyabona khona kodwa uyabona uphumelele. Mina ngivumelana no Honourable Reggie, Chairperson. Lana asivumelane ukuthi le department yala water and sanitation.
Bye, Masho.
Yes. Hello?
You can continue.
Okay, boy. Ngicela suke bangumsindo. Ukuthi iyehluleka izosiza ngani njalo lokwenziwa amaplani wezimali kodwa ekugcineni ube umsebenzi ungenzeki. I-country noma izwe lana lonke likhala ngento eyi-one, amanzi. Okusho ukuthi mangakhuluma nawe ngisikhulume nje iqiniso. Labo abantu abaplana besema-ofisi ukuba bayaya phansi bayobheka ukuthi omasipala njengoba suke siplana ngama-budget like njengoba sikhuluma ngo-25 to 25 i-budget iplan ukuthi kufuneka isebenze kanjani imali. Umbuzo wami uthi baplana kanjani kube le mali kade iphumile noma leya plan kade beyisebenzile bahlulekile kuyi-achieve. Abantu abanawo amanzi abala ngikhona nje mina akukho manzi mhlambe manje ngazi inyanga ezisingaki kukhalwa ngento eyi-one ayisuka yayiginqikela yonke indawo. Mina ngokwami ngoba nakho singama-lawmaker why kungabe bikho lento yokuthi-ke from now before kuplanwe ake kuhanjwe kuyobhekwa ukuthi endaweni ethize ney'ndaweni ethize kwenzakalani kambe le mali zisebenza ngokufanele yini na ngoba ngeke kusize ukuthi njalo nohlezi uplana funeka ngithengeni ngemali engaka ngizokwenza ukuthi kodwa awukwazi wenza uphumelele. ngibuyele lana ethene uminister udeputy minister ngiyamuzwa uyaphendula mayephendula uminister udeputy minister uphendula ngendlela ongathi wayena akekho kubantu lana sikwazi ukukhuluma ngezimali kube imali lezi eziphumela siyibona kubantu zingayile yabo omasipala kungcono ukuthi kuzojafomawo esiplanayo sithi umasipala nomasipala kufuneka abantu bakhona mangabe sibonile ko TV kushaya amatotoyi kubizwe imeya yakhona no director bakhona ama-official bezobophendula ukuthi kwenzakalani laphayana yini abayenzile ngoba le ndaba okukhulunywa nge-infrastructure ukhuluma ngamapayipi avuzayo lento iculo ongekuliza fana nalento yokuthi upresident usanda kusho ukuthi manje kwajabula wonke umuntu ethi uzovala lento yama-waterkan lento yama-waterkan if isekhona akho muntu oyophinda lana honorable chair ozolokhu ophinda athola amanzi ngoba lento le ihamba nento yebhizinisi namathenda njengoba kukhalwa ngamanzi la eThekwini mina ngeke ngixoxele ngo-154 uzoza usimanga u-154 uhlukene kabili phakathi eqhabayo banawo amanzi amanzi banawo kwa-B banawo kodwa abanye abekho le nto le kudidiswa abantu ukuthi okay kwenye indawo amanzi abekhona kuthiwa kuqumile la into waste of energy waste of time lena and waste of money ngoba once kusekhona la mathenda esathi thina as EFF amathenda ugovernment akawaqede ngoba iwona kanye lawo aza ukuthi ekugcineni abantu bakithi abamnyama bagcine behlupheka South Africa yonke inenkinga efanayo yamanzi kodwa ama-waterkan akhona amalungiswa namhlanje ayaqhunjuzwa ayaziwa abantu ababoshwa mina bengithi from now umasipala ka-account ake kuyekwe chair ukuthi abantu abeshaya itoyitoyi bekhala ngamanzi kugijinyiswa amaphoyisa agijima umasipala aye khona straight lapho kuthiwa wena hambile lapho uphendula lwamphakathi hayi baphendula ngeyibhamu okunye okungiphatha kabuhlungu kunayo yonke into yabona honorable Rich mayikhuluma ngokomthetho usuke sekhulumele wonke umuntu akusafanele sikhuluma ngoba bona leli gama akhuluma ngayo amagama akhona kuyimandla agcwele yachichima kodwa amanzi kuthiwa wekho uyayibona lona kuzosiza ngani bahambe bhigwa amadamu kuthiwa kwakho amadamu ekusasa lawo madamu kuthiwa amanzi awekho ngalo ndlela mina bengithi nje uhulumeni from now akayiyeke lento yamathenda imisebenzi yakhe akefundele ukuyipashela abantu vele futhi engaseva nemali eningi kunoma athathe imali ayinikeze abantu abathize lo muntu uthwele isamba semali akenzi lutho akanandaba ihlalele endaweni enekhuze nemali ezinamanzi kukhona lento yokuthi-ke wayike ngoba uhulumeni sebonakele ukuthi ehluleka noma le department iyehluleka ukuphakela abantu amanzi not yonke njengathi thina sihluleki but why bengabenzeli-ke at least amabhoholi amanzi akhona phansi kudrilwa amanzi kanti into engiphatha kambi nje manje le yokuthi kuqashwe ama-foreigner awu-5 isiphi lesi skills esikulabantu abangama-foreigner thina esingenawo na la eSouth Africa because wonke lama-university colleges akhona abekho abantu kusukela ngomhlophe omnyama manje kanjalo khalada akekho bengenza lento bengenza ama-foreign while our people are still suffering bengawuthola umsebenzi isimpile skill if usikhona bengenazo waye ngathathwa lo afundise naba after that bese hamba-ke ebuyele eceleni ngoba
Can you conclude, please? Honourable Member, can you please conclude?
ngivala ngalelo nje ukuthi why lama skills yiphi lesi skills esitholakele kulabantu bangaphandle asingekho la if lana abekho abanaso why-ke lo engathathwanga-ke bafundiswa abala e-South Africa then kube yibona kanye-ke kuthiwa okay qhubekani. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Minister, did you get the gist of this, or would we need to translate?
No need
I'd
for
like
no
to have
need.
a brief translation. I'm sorry. I'd like to have a translation. It was not working on my system here.
I will help when I'm responding, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
No, Chairperson. The views shared by Umam Kaula are highly appreciated, but some of the views she shares are points of debate. For an example, to allege that the department has failed, and a strong view that our officials, when it comes to water planning, were actually doing the planning in our offices, is not factually correct, Chair. The planning is across the three spheres. And in the main, one member of the committee raised the point, probably Honorable Reddy. We do participate in the integrated development plans, which is IDPs. And the IDP, we know that it is not complete, Chairperson, when it doesn't have a sectoral plan. In our case, there's always a water and a sanitation chapter in that particular plan. Even when it comes to reporting and annual reporting, there is an issue that there has to report on that one. Our officials are working very hard. They are on the ground, helping these municipalities. As a response, Chair, in as much as we can feel very strongly, because these are the matters that affect our communities, and it's not nice to live without water. We all live in one era or the other, Chairperson. And I'm
point of correction.
I'm providing a response, Chair. I never disturbed Makaula when she spoke.
Honorable Member, no. Can we just mute Honorable Makaula, please?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about municipality officials.
Okay,
can we,
if she wants
to
debate
each other, Honorable Member, let the Minister speak. I will give you the opportunity again. Can you just mute yourself?
What we want to differentiate, Chair, we as a ministry, we are not actually allergic or risk adverse to criticism. We as lawmakers, we should have an appreciation of the roles and responsibilities our laws they place on all of us, and also the limitations that are there. When it comes to water planning from our side, we do support local government. As I was saying to you, a number of these municipalities in the past, they were not able to get the allocation from the grants that are administered by our own ministry, including the grants that are administered that are water related. The team led by Minister Majodina, even in the last administration, we've deployed our teams to work with these municipalities when they produce the technical reports. Well, some of them, they don't have the internal capacity, admit. They use consultants, but we sit with them not to exchange letters. They sit in a war room of some sort. They look at the technical reports, not looking at the issues of the commas and the hyphens, but assisting them from a content point of view. You could see now that out of these 144 water services authorities, more than 500 water-related projects that are only from the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, they are supported. I will not be tempted, Chair, to engage on the matter of municipal failure. We don't want to condemn them, but at the very same time, we want to support them where we think that they are not doing what they're supposed to do, like we identified the 105 of them. our ministry were not going to watch. There are clear instructions from the president and the deputy president, including yourselves, that we must come in. That's why we'll deploy our water boards, we'll deploy our construction unit and all our entities at our disposal, working with the other people to do those particular issues. The issues of spillages is a matter that we've raised. The issues of the non-revenue water we've raised, and communities with no supply at all or whether intermittent supply, we've raised them. And we've agreed now with municipalities on a turnaround plan that is anchored on the 5 pillars with details planned for each municipality. When we made our input earlier, we said we ourselves were not going to succeed unless local government leadership, they too, they take ownership, they produce their own plans, we hold them accountable and support them. The issues are around water tankering, the policy position of the department, we repeat it. Water tankering must be regarded as a temporary measure. It cannot become a permanent feature like it's happening in other municipalities. And our attitude is that we prefer that municipalities must buy or they must be supported. We're also looking at option ourselves of supporting them with quota and human settlement to buy their own water tankers as a temporary measure. Because giving people water through tankers, they are risk. One of the risks is that the tanker people are going to actually vandalize our infrastructure. They are going to tamper with our infrastructure. When they tamper with our infrastructure, the right to have access of water all the time for citizens will be affected. The ability of a municipality to get the water out of a tap and get revenue will diminish very greatly. Therefore, the issues of people dying there and the corruption happening because of this criminality around water mafias, tanker mafias, the black market is a big issue that we have said it must happen. And we do agree with Mama Kaula that they must be brought to book. When it comes to dams, I've asked honorable members, let's find the balance. In a water scarce country, where there is a climate variation in a faster frequency other than what you could predict, the country must plan ahead to have more additional dams, whether they are small balancing dams, is the right thing to do because you can be in a position to do your water harvesting. In other words, the surface water that we are exploring as 75%, want it to be more than 80%. Because when we get the good rains in those catchments, we must use the water to store it for the times when there are difficulties. Equally, we also agree with your guidance to say, while we build more dams and the dams are full, we agree. The problem in our country is reticulation. That's why our own ministry, in as much as we are not involved in reticulation, we have started to support the reticulation project. Giyani is an example where we're supporting reticulation. You go to Sikukune, the Olifants Management Motley, Comrade Stan, Honorable Lamayila knows that dam is full. We built it many, many years ago. That's why now working with the mines, when they get the water from the Nebo Plateau to Pulugwane to Mkhalakwena, all those communities in those 3 districts, they too will not be left behind. That's why agreements are being signed. The very same thing happening with Umkomazi. We can count a number of these ones, but let's not have an idea that this country must not harvest water. Whether it is rainwater harvesting, whether we're harvesting groundwater, atmospheric water solution, return flows is part of increasing our bank, and our bank must be having sufficient surplus so that we can grow the economy, but also have the obligations to meet our international obligation, including the environmental obligation. We'll support the municipalities around groundwater. A number of boreholes have been drilled on the basis of Water Services Improvement Grant, but those boreholes must be functional. We are even looking at windmills now, Honorable Chair. You know, windmills, when it comes to issues of maintenance, issues of input costs like energy, they are less actually intense And we want to promote windmills like in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and areas where we need to, because that technology that was used by farmers, we cannot say that that technology is outdated. It remains relevant for those communities who don't have the other issues. Let's say the issues of foreigners, it has been explained, Chair. This country is part of a global community. We are no longer a pariah state. As long as we meet the requirements in law, we cannot say that this country must be closed out. There are many South Africans working abroad. They follow their processes. In our own country, these professionals, which I've met, top scientists and top engineers, they too are contributing in our own country with a clear mechanisms around skills development, skills transfers, mentoring, and coaching. I will be very, very wary if we try to delegitimize and stigmatize the 5 non-nationals that are working in the research commission, that are contributing in the body of knowledge and science. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makula, are you satisfied?
Minister, Deputy Minister, but in full correct lana, ngithi point of correction. Ngiqonda ukuthi lana emahlobo as national noma as water committee minister mangibalo minister njalo njalo nathi politician senza sure ukuthi izinto zenzeka. Ama-official noma banekhalanga abafeyilayo ngomasipala ngoba lezi mali ziyehla bona bazenze ngendlela zabo like njengoba ngikhala nje echairperson lana imali ziyeza kulana phansi ayifani njengoba kwenzeka. Njengoba ngisho lento yamathenda funeka iphele naleyo yamathekana iphele ngoba ayimsizi umuntu ohlophekileyo. Ibuyekelekile kaminister ishoyo nje ngeyamadamu ngiyayizwa leyo madamu but kuyona futhi inenkinga eyi-1 yile ukuthi idamu livele athutha amanzi awekho edamini kodwa kufake iphampi efanele amanzi from edamini ize la ngizobala ukhotha uyabona ukukhuluma ngokhotha yebo mhlawumbe national ungakhuluma ngayo ukhotha la kwi-local awukho nabakhotha laba phela abantu abahlupheke kanje behlulekela amanzi. Yingakho mina ngihlezi ngithi ngomthetho before siplana kufanele kwaziwe sure ukuthi kuyayiwa kubantu bona lifike thina nje basenenkinga engaka sinozinto basangathi thina soda nozinkinga
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member. I don't think we need the Minister could, whether you would like to speak on this, or can I go to the...
No, Chair, I will not respond except that we'll have to have a discussion to say how do we support local government, and how do we intervene, and how all of us are held accountable on our commitments and promises. As I was saying to you, some of the points, Chair, are points that as we go along in the reforms and discussion, whether legislative, institutional intervention mechanism, let's have a discussion. because we might see these matters from a different angle. But on what we present as the APP and the strat plan with the limited resources and capacity, this is what we should be able to pull through, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Moore. We've got to conclude by 2 o'clock, honourable members. Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Then I'll try and fire off very quickly. Just to say that the Honourable Mbeku asked me to point you to the chat. She put 2 questions there. I'm not going to raise more questions for the department other than to say I understand my concern around a short-term focus versus long-term spending was questioned. I'd like to say that long-term planning is obviously is essential, Chair, but it gives us vision and direction. But sometimes life demands urgent action. Think of it like saving up to repaint your house. That's your long-term plan. But suddenly the roof starts leaking. If you don't fix it now, the ceiling collapses, the walls are ruined, and the money saved for paint is wasted. You have to pause the plan to deal with the crisis, not because your priorities are wrong, but because the circumstances changed. The same is true in water infrastructure. A municipality might have a long-term strategy to upgrade aging plants and pipelines, but then a critical pump station breaks down or a reservoir starts leaking. If we wait for the master plan to catch up, the taps will run dry, the communities will suffer. Urgent interventions are not a deviation from long-term planning. They are sometimes the only way to protect it. And the reality is we are in the suffering. In a number of municipalities, as the Deputy Minister has said, 105 municipalities have been highlighted around. They are already in the suffering. It's time to figure out where we can plan in the short term. But I don't want to focus on the department, Chair. I want to actually speak to the TCTA. A few questions, and I'm going to fire off relatively quickly. So I'll ask that entities please pay attention because we're running out of time. So in terms of the TCTA, in terms of financing and debt risk, your plan indicates it needs to raise 30.4 billion rand over the next 3 years for new water projects. That's an enormous sum. How confident is the TCTA that it can secure this funding without overburdening the public? Specifically, what interest rate assumptions are you using, and have you secured the necessary government guarantees? Earlier on, we mentioned that the National Treasury was actually not agreeing to certain follow-ups. Who will shoulder that additional cost? Will it mean higher water tariffs for Gauteng consumers, or is Treasury covering it? We need to understand if these projects are financially sustainable or if they've become white elephants that drain the fiscus. And Chair, I suppose this is my main question to TCTA. A lot of our projects were designed at one point years ago with an intention towards a particular goal. The Lesotho Highlands Water Project is great, but it was designed when South Africa had the cheapest electricity on the continent. That's no longer the case, and every year our electricity gets more and more expensive, which means due to the convoluted treaty that we have with Lesotho, the water that we get from them gets more expensive. The costs for the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2 have shot up in a year by over 10 billion rand. I think about 25% escalation in a single year. And despite reassurances, as yet we haven't seen evidence to indicate that the project won't be further delayed. Now, there's a reality of financial viability with regards to these type of projects. And it's not just about Lesotho Highlands, it's about Nkomazi, which was supposed to be finished by 2027, and now we've been told in this presentation 2031. A lot of the projects are extending, a lot of the projects are becoming more expensive, and I want to know if they're still financially viable, particularly your core projects, because you actually made the comment about the Mzimvubu project that it isn't financially viable. This is of grave concern when we already have a house on fire, and now you're telling us these long-term projects aren't actually financially viable. If we're going to end up with water that's too expensive to buy from these projects, at some point you have to acknowledge that there's a real problem, or else reevaluate how they work. Moving on from, there's a lot of other things I could say to the TCTA, but at the core, it's a great concern because we are also looking at launching the National Water Infrastructure Agency Limited, a large portion of which is based on the TCTA. If the TCTA is not financially viable, or the projects have become dramatically problematic, as its core projects seem to be, what reassurance can the department give, and this would be to the department of the Deputy Minister, can they give that the National Water Infrastructure Agency Limited wouldn't have exactly the same challenges? Then very quickly, with regards to the Water Research Commission, this commission gets about 500 million rand a year in budget. It has, I think it's about 122 posts, which means you're looking at millions of rands per post filled. For that, I want to know what impact we're having, and particularly, I'd be very interested in our South Africa's very specific water challenges. So we've got massive leaks in our municipalities, failing treatment plants, and reoccurring droughts. Can the WRC highlight its top 3 research initiatives that are currently ongoing or for this new year coming up that directly address these urgent issues? For instance, do you have a flagship project on reducing non-revenue water? Because I looked in the presentation, Chair, and when it came to the sector priorities, there were no actual WRC priorities in their table on page 10 for the key water crisis issues. They had priorities for other things, but not for the actual crises that have us where we are. We have previously asked for the key projects that have been taken up. Again, research is a critical component for a nation. It's a critical component for long-term thinking. But if we're spending hundreds of millions of rands a year, I want to see some bang for buck, especially on our core issues, not generic issues, not empowerment, not on other things. It's the Water Research Commission. I would like to know what it is doing specifically to deal with leaks, non-revenue water, the real crises that South Africa is facing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Mo, I think we need to probably agree on our approach so that we don't differ. When you attended the water indab, we discuss immediate plans, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. What I'm going to suggest we do is that the Director General will circulate to you 2 documents. One of the documents, Chairperson, that I commit that will circulate to you, they are just cleaning up the declaration, which is an overarching consensus we reached. We know that we broke into commissions, and those commissions, they produce detailed action plans. And in the detailed action plans, Honorable Mo, you will recall, were issues of time frames so that we can be held accountable. We've presented to some of the clusters now, we're going to cabinet. Honorable Mo, there is a problem of what I can call it the current system. In the current system, what are the problems? The problem is that there are South Africans who have a tap in their homes. In the main, those South Africans, they're estimated to be at 90%. But those South Africans, they don't have water all the time, which is called reliability. That reliability on national average is now at 68%. In Johannesburg, where you come from, their reliability is below 50% because Johannesburg and Gauteng in the main, out of the 5.2 billion liters they receive per day from rainwater, 2.5 billion get lost in the system. And when it gets lost in other ways, the reliability is very, very low. You go to Mfuleni, reliability Mfuleni is around 28%. Umakaula, where she comes from, in Durban, the reliability is closer to around 48%. It's around 48%, 46%. Therefore, when you look at the plan, it says, what do we do to improve reliability? Reliability, Honorable Mo, is a function of asset management or infrastructure management. You could see when it comes to infrastructure management, the report says to you, non-revenue water has increased to 48%. To improve reliability, you have to reduce non-revenue water. What are the main interventions? We have said out of the 5, there are 2 that are critical in the current system, so that a person who used to have water yesterday continue to have water today and tomorrow. There is a component that talks about enhancing investment and financial viability of the set. Those details are there of fixing the leaks, dealing with illegal connection right now. All these other matters are there. Then there's the one that talks about operational and technical efficiency and capacity. It's about the management of the current systems. Whether reservoirs, they're at 60%, whether the technical teams, they're having chemicals, they're monitoring all those things. I will not want Comrade National Chairperson, Honorable Akipa, so that I go through these details now. But let me share that on the basis of those, you then can be in a position to hold us accountable. It places responsibility, whether it's a municipality, whether it's National Treasury, whether it's ourselves. For the first time, we cannot say we don't have a plan. We do have a plan. We then have to be able to push ourselves to issues of implementation. The issues that we are putting around, issues around whether the Water Research Commission is focusing on the right areas or not. They are focusing on the right areas. They've produced a body of knowledge. Whether in the drought reports, we're working with them on the drought reports, on the deteriorating water quality issues, we're working with them. Around sanitation technologies, they are at the apex in terms of the cutting edge on technology. The issues, whether they are focusing on the right areas, will be misplaced, Chair. Because if we are going to fix a municipal pipe, it's a role of a municipality. And what have we said? We have said ring-fence the budget. Traditional will give you additional money, do the following, do the following. Therefore, there is no need for the Water Research Commission to come back on that particular point, because that's what we are doing. When it comes to the TCTA, TCTA is going to become the new class. It's going to become the new class of this new company called South Africa's National Water Resource Infrastructure Limited. They are at the center. There are 2 components there. One component is the ability to go to the market, raise the financing. TCTA over the last more than 35 years, actually about 37 years, they've been at the cutting edge. We're very proud of them. They've done it well. But Percy, who's the CEO, and Mamsbia, who's the chair, absolutely correct, Honorable Moore, there are risks. The risk is on the downside in terms of the downstream. Those who use this water, the culture of non-payment, that is actually the culture that is a new culture for what? They pay for electricity. They pay for DSTV, they don't want to pay for water. The issues of stealing of water, because even stealing of water from the bulk system, those are the issues that are there. In terms of credit worthiness, it will be a problem. The deterioration of the asset base, remember all the assets that are in the department in terms of the national water infrastructure, they will all go to the new entity that is there. We must maintain them. Honorable Leon has been very clear to us. What are you doing on dam safety? Refurbishment of our own asset is the most important component, because those assets will save as a collateral. But the new entity will not actually be exposed to the cumbersome processes around procurement, because a number of them, these projects, they are not on time, they are not on budget, because of the regulatory environment that we must be able to ease. But more importantly, they will be able to hire the best of the best to manage our water assets in the best interest that there is water security. We are not only looking at that reform in terms of the law. When we say there's a water services amendment, we want to have water utilities. Water utilities for all our municipalities that are water services authorities. Those utilities, whatever the model they choose, we don't want the state to lose state ownership. We don't want to be accused of privatizing water, but at the very same time, we are creating conditions on how private sector can come in. They can do their own utility, they can get into an SPV, they can get into a concession, they can actually even have a independent water producer for themselves as a water service provider of choice, but that is properly regulated, properly licensed, and properly monitored in terms of the performance-based contract. That will be our response, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore, are you satisfied?
Chair, I must admit wholly not. In the first round of questions, I asked some questions of the department. And whilst I appreciate the DM's knowledge on the matter, the questions I asked, things like, could we consider reallocating 1 to 2 billion rand from our budget towards short-term interventions, were not answered. And the department didn't answer. In my second round of questions, I now asked questions to the Water Research Commission and to the TCTA, and I've had responses from the Deputy Minister, which don't address the specific questions. The DM, actually, I agree with a lot of what he says, but he isn't answering the specific issues that I've asked of those commissions and those entities. And with respect, Chair, if it's just going to be the DM answering, then I need to ask, why are these commissions, why is the various entities here for our oversight? Because at the core of this is that we're getting presentations in order to be able to validate support or opposition to a budget vote. I have questions around my concerns around our budget. Again, not what's happening in the water in Durban, not what COGTA should be spending or one of the other departments. This meeting is very specifically about the Department of Water and Sanitation's budget, annual reports in preparation for vote 41. And I sit here going, I actually had a list of 20, 30 questions. I asked the most pertinent ones that I had. I don't have answers, which means this session hasn't helped me to prepare, other than to take my concerns to the caucus at a later stage to go, we have great concerns about whether we can support this budget, whether it is actually addressing the immediate concerns facing South Africa, or it continues to put money into potential white elephants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the TCTA maybe just to explain the 11 billion rand over on the Lesotho scheme? That was 42, that's now 53 billion. Can they maybe explain, as I have mentioned earlier, we will ask TCTA, the Auditor General and the department to come and explain to us more on the JSE and the capital market there, as well as the Lesotho Highlands scheme, and also get feedback from the minister on the treaty. So can I maybe ask that we just get an answer, Minister, on that? And then the question on the Water Research Commission, the 500 million that they get as a grant, you know, what value are they adding? I think I would also like to ask a question on that as well, is maybe whilst we are on that now, is why is the government, can Water Research Commission just maybe indicate to us, why is the government not taking up their new innovations that they put on the table? What is the problem with that, in short? Thank you.
No, Chair, the entities will respond, but we must correct the idea by Honorable Moore. We are members of Parliament. I'm leading the delegation on behalf of the Ministry. I have the full right to respond on behalf of the organization, as we are accountable. In instances where I need the support of the team, like your guiding chair will do so. But let's never create an impression that these officials are the one who are accountable. It's the ministry and the department that is accountable. Let's allow the TCTA to cover that issue and the Water Research Commission. But on record, let's never create an impression as if who accounts to Parliament. It's ministers and deputy ministers on the work assigned by President. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. TCTA.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair. Chair, I will start and then hand over to the CE quickly. I think the first one was about the debt risk, the confidence on numbers without overburdening the system. I can assure a member more that before we commit on any funding, the Minister of Water and Sanitation and also the Minister of Finance, they sign on all the funding or any debt that we actually have to get out there. We sign the limits through the Department of National Treasury. I think the other issue you mentioned is the issue of the cost of Lesotho. You made an example of the costs of the Lesotho project and also the Umkomazi projects and all other significant projects that the costs are shooting up. The unfortunate part when it comes to these large projects, any delays have very dire consequences when it comes to costs. And they therefore become more expensive and add more cost to the project itself. But I will hand over to the CE to go directly to those two projects as you have requested information on them, but also taking into account what the chairperson of the portfolio committee said that we will come back. But the issue of delays due to time value of money will always escalate the cost to a much higher level than anticipated. And also when you get into the project and do the studies, because initially you do estimates, and when you get there with the studies, and then you get the actual costs. Over to you, CE. You can wrap up the questions.
Thank you, Chair and members. The questions, I would want to start with the direct ones that related to the assumptions that we make in terms of the cost that we need to do. Firstly, TCTA project by nature are looking at the ability of customers to pay for the costs themselves as we build the infrastructure. What that means is the votes and the money that comes from the fiscus does not actually feature. In fact, even for water boards don't gain any advantage or anything out of the fiscus. Now, having said that, we are here to account because we are state entities from that end. And I think if we can get help when it comes to access to the fiscus, it will go a long way in terms of making sure that we can work better. I am actually tempted, without even talking to the DM, to say there's no subordination of COPTA to water and sanitation. Most of the problems that we've talked about since this morning relates more to what municipalities are not doing. The Minister of Water and Sanitation does not have unfettered overall authority over COPTA. So I think in line with what was said in the portfolio committee, I think last year, it comes to us now packaging some of the issues in terms of municipalities being able to answer for themselves. Because in terms of the Division of Revenue Act, they are the ones that have access to the fiscus. So part of what the portfolio committee is looking after is actually on the basis of what they get out of the fiscus. The water sector, despite all the challenges that it has, that's where we differ from here. But I think now that we are looking at the economic accept where people can pay for themselves, including the social components where we have people that have never had access, this is where I think through the department, there is access to the fiscus in terms of or the sector getting access to money. And I think the Deputy Minister and the department itself have gone a great length in terms of explaining how that works. Now, when it comes to the projects that we're dealing with, since they are self-funding as well, the mechanism that we use, Honorable Moore, has to do with an annual tariff review process that we look at in terms of on an annual basis, engaging with all the customers, and understanding their requirements, and also proposing through a mechanism that allows us to talk with them, and also looking at what kind of interests are there and what can we do. And the chair is right. Mostly that process works well, but the issue of how long does it take between the department having planned what needs to be done and us coming into the picture from a point of view of when we get the directive, that process has been too long. But the introduction of the agency, the National Water Infrastructure Agency, one of the reasons why this is necessary, it's going to reduce that, because you're going to have one institution that contains the planning function of the department, or a large part of it, and TCTA as well, so that when the planning is done, you can actually look far ahead and be able to deal with all of these other issues in between, so that you can shorten that process. Because delays are the worst thing that actually increases the cost of this project, and now you have people having to pay them, or South Africans having to pay for water in terms of that. So these assumptions that we make on interest rate, if I have a project where I'm going to have to refund or pay back a bond for over 20 years, I would never know what kind of interest rate and how they're going to behave. I made an example earlier with what's happening with this now tariff wars between the US and everybody else. That is something that would have been unforeseen. That's why I think the process that the department follows of annually looking at that and saying, let's look at the tariff assumptions. How can we work together to see how do we deal with it? This is the cost that we have, and we need to pay this money over this particular period. And the whole thing that I was explaining on the DMTN program, that's where it comes in, because you can pay or get rid of expensive money and get a cheaper one, because you can roll this over a particular period. Sometimes it can be 10 or 15 years. That's where we use it, as I was saying earlier. But I think from a point of view of who shoulders the interest, it's between us and the customers, because in the end, this is how the market works. And when you go into the market to borrow money, this is the risk that is exposed to all of us. But I think our ability to be able now, through the minister's guidance, to look at having this agency, that would shorten that period, and we'll be able to plan much better, because the only time TCTA reacts is when we get that directive. But then some of the information is just too old. The assumptions are too far away to actually make sense. But one thing that National Treasury has done well as well, in terms of us engaging with them over a long time, has been looking at whether they can, which is the only time the state will get involved. It's looking at whether they need to give guarantees for some of our projects. Because if you know that you have an express guarantee, it actually makes it cheaper for the funders to say, at least we know that the government of South Africa is standing as guarantee in case something goes wrong. So it's cheaper, because they don't build in the issue of higher interest, because they are related to risk in terms of how we do it. And at this stage, National Treasury is going the right way in terms of saying, most of your project, we say Bravas, the one in Western Cape, it's late. It's late solely because we had already submitted it, but National Treasury came to us and said, please, we want you now to restart the process, because we want you to consider or apply to actually have a state guarantee linked to this particular project, which is a very good thing for us. So in the main, we are working together with different participants from a point of view of saying, how do we shorten this process, and how do we actually ensure that moving into the agency, you also have that footprint that TCTA has, because in the markets, at least, there is still a lot of people that are prepared to lend money to the state through TCTA, because of how we've actually been dealing with the loans and bonds that we have with them. So in a manner, I think that addresses that particular issue. Chairperson, the issue of much as you gave us direction on what's going to happen with the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, it's much more complicated, because initially the whole Lesotho Highlands Water Project was supposed to be a 7-phase at least project. Now we are doing the second phase, and when the department's planning department section started looking at it, they were thinking that cost-benefit analysis of doing it on the Lesotho side does not make sense anymore, because if we build new dams there, it won't actually give us the yield that we are looking for. Now we are looking at doing it on the South African side, taking advantage because you are looking at the Drakensberg Mountains. So the ability of being able to get water from South African side versus from Lesotho. We did that because it makes sense to get the yield initially in Lesotho, and then you can gravity feed it to come down, and then you don't have energy cost. But now we're looking at the third phase, and what do we do post the third phase? It looks like it's starting to make business sense to start looking at it from the South African side. The reason why we were not doing it was that you have to pump the water up, and that was making the cost prohibitive. But I think when we come back, we should be able to explain that, because the treaty then kicks out a mechanism that says, because you are not looking at further processes, it's now changing the actual cost from a point of view of as part of the royalties that needs to be paid. And that's part of why it's now expensive to do that. But there are other issues that relates to that, primarily being the lateness of the project itself. And I think I've tried to explain some of the intricacies, but I actually am quite comfortable together with the DG, because the DG is the designated authority to just look at that side when we come and just explain exactly what's happening there and why are we not going to do further phases, and what are the penalties that got triggered now by the treaty in terms of what we need to do. So these are some of the things where I would have just tried to answer some of the questions on short notice from a point of view of what has been required. I hope I have answered the questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. We will set up a meeting where we can only scrutinize the Lesotho scheme. I think then we will also have more time to discuss this. Thank you very much, Honourable Moore. I hope you are...
There is Water Research
Commission.
Commission. And then from there, Chair, I will want Dr. Mate to speak on the 2 billion rand intervention that Honourable Moore is looking for.
Okay, if I may.
Jenny.
You can
Thank you,
continue.
thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to DM. Thanks for the questions, Honourable Moore. I think you wanted us to reflect on some of the flagship initiatives that seeks to address the current crisis. I'm going to suggest, Chair, that we do it in 2 ways. The CE will just reflect on a couple of those, but as promised, we will indeed provide a detailed list of some of the initiatives, including both non-technical or technological and non-technological solutions. I think the DM has already indicated that we work very closely with the department and the various entities within the department. I think the Chair, you asked what the key challenges around procurement of innovation or the slow uptake of some of the solutions that research councils, universities, and commissions like ourselves generate is. I think there are a couple of issues, and some of those we highlighted earlier. Let me just zoom into the PMFMA, which is one of the biggest barriers. It provides guidelines on how government institutions, of course, need to procure services and products. A key amongst those considerations is value for money. The challenge, Chair, is that for emerging technologies, it is really difficult for these technologies to then compete on value for money criteria with existing technologies that may have been developed elsewhere. And so our ask, Chair, is that a consideration be made where government has a specific mechanism for procuring technologies, especially those that are homegrown. And again, this is not just an issue that affects or that affects the water and sanitation sectors alone. It's cross-cutting, and it's a matter that needs to be dealt with maybe through economic clusters. I think let me leave it there, Chair. I will ask the CEO to then reflect on those initiatives. I think Honourable Moore said some of the flagship initiatives. Dr. Jen?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Moore, for the questions. I think, Chair, you have highlighted upon the issues of procurement, but also it's around, Chairperson, if you have developed technology and in the main, toilets are bought by, or technologies to treat mine water would have to be bought by government or be utilized by government. But in a lot of the cases, you're finding that the procurement process goes on to an open tender, and then everybody can bid, and the best or the cheapest will get the price, whereas our technologies, that is in the main also where we are challenged. In terms of the first question from Honorable Moore, funding of the Water Research Commission is not through a parliamentary grant, but the Water Research Levy, which is paid to the WRC by water boards, who are our collecting agents, as well as the department has been paid to them. And the levy itself gives us about 300 million, or just below 350 million, while about 80 million is leveraged funding from partnerships and funding from implementing projects that we do either with partners, other departments in that regard. Chair, the work of the WRC is very vast, and I tried to put the top three. I couldn't, but let me just go into it there. During the COVID-19, environmental surveillance for COVID-19 from wastewater was a project that was developed at the Water Research Commission, which gave real-time monitoring tool, which reduced turnaround times, and also where to focus their resources. And this can be used beyond COVID just to be able to detect other health impacts. That's a technology that's waiting to be taken up either through the Department of Health or through the monitoring system that would be implemented by the different entities of government, including the department. We have developed predictive satellite imagery to predict as an early warning system for eutrophication. That's a project of the Water Research Commission. In most cases, municipalities subscribe to this technology, and they're able to then advise where people can use, for example, on dams where there's fishing and other things that people do that. We are looking at reducing water supply on crops in the agricultural use, and that's a very big project from the wine industries, from the pear industries, and in most cases, some of these are even big co-funded. Mine water treatment, land rehabilitation, and ensuring that the water can be utilized for other uses. For example, agriculture, the land can be utilized for other uses, such as agricultural purposes. That is work of the Water Research Commission. We are currently delineating the new flood lines in light of the climate change and extreme weather events. For example, we know that we have historically had flood lines determined on a 1 in 100-year flood, but we have in the last decade experienced at least 1 in 100-year floods more frequently, and that is a project that one of the big projects we're busy on. We're looking at contaminants of emerging concerns, their assessments, their treatment options, and this is work that is of global concern currently, and that the Water Research Commission is working on. Sanitation technologies, we have not only developed the technologies with our commercial partners, but also implemented on the ground about 42 schools and informal settlements, toilets in KZN, Gauteng, City of Cape Town, and other areas. These are utilized decentralized systems, water reuse, water recycling, saving water, as well as now we're currently looking into the grey water treatment of same, sludge beneficiation to reduce landfills, but also to have water for irrigation and soil conditioner or fertilizers, the beneficiation of sludge into biochar, which is a form of fuel that can be used in rural communities. We're looking at and doing a lot of work around, and this is part of a global partnership that we're working on how to reduce greenhouse gases from wastewater treatment works, because there's an implied impact on climate change, and this is work we're working on. On resilient infrastructure, which would be able to address non-revenue water, we're looking at pipeline linings at part of non-revenue water reduction. But in the main, we have also assisted municipalities in working on what we call water flow diagrams and sheet flow diagrams for the municipalities to be able to determine where is the input water, where is it going to, how is the cycle, where is the infrastructure that some of them do not even know where it is. And that work enables every municipality to at least have a water balance that will be able to determine how much water is available in the systems. We are busy currently working on the licensing of water services providers which supply water on behalf of water services authorities. And I think that's one of the flagship programs that even the president announced at the SONA. We're working on remote monitoring of water as well as wastewater treatment works. So some of these are technological, some are non-technological, and that is in the main, work that is really going to make an impact in the South African challenge. However, research doesn't only focus on that. We also have to do novel, fundamental research, which then looks at the future and says, what could be the impacts in the future? What could happen? And what are the new knowledge that is required for us to be able to, one, have our graduates competing internationally or globally and being competent, as we have talked about our engineers earlier on. So I think we will also have to prepare a report in terms of the work that we have done and over the last decade, but also work that we plan on doing over the next 10 years, given that research projects are multi-year projects and not just happening 1 year. Chair, there was another question in the chat that talked to why does the Water Research Commission utilize zero-based budgeting? Chair, in the main, what we're saying there is that we do not make profit. We do not just get water research levy to just bank. We have to have projects. We define projects, we define strategy and operation and our plans. And what we budget for in an annual is informed through assessment trends and has to be funded and implemented within that financial year. In the main, that's why we utilize zero-based budgeting. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I will ask DT Jimate to come through now on the budget Mr. Moore is asking on intervention. He was looking at around a special budget of about 2 billion or so. DT Jimate and CFO, quickly, please.
Okay, no, thank you, DM and Chair. I think the presentation in slide 40, we did indicate a lot of projects that we're doing. We also have in the last column, as my colleague presented, some of the interventions that we have in the country. And as I've said, we have over 500 projects currently ongoing. They are funded through our RBIG and WSIG project, which combine to roughly around 14.5 billion per year. Now, where we've got special interventions, the project's commitment or funding commitment, Chair, varies. And I'll give a few examples. And I think when we bring a more detailed report, which the DM indicated that we should be able to provide, where you are able to see areas where we're intervening. For instance, in the KZN, the section 139 there, and section 63, where we're intervening through the minister under Umkhanya with the district municipality, we have spent or committed roughly around 1.3 billion of projects that are currently ongoing. I can speak of Machabeng, for instance, with a revised commitment needing roughly around 3.5 billion. And to date, we have spent roughly close to about 800 million or so. And the price is ongoing. We have Giani, phase 1, currently for the 24 villages, roughly around 1.3 billion. There's roughly another 2 billion needed for phase 2 of the other 31 villages. I can speak of Makana, where we are doing an intervention there as well. We can speak of Mbizana, local municipality there, where we are committing roughly around 1.5 billion. And the list goes on. In Likwa, in Mpumalanga, we have an intervention through the minister there. We spend roughly around 600 million with the intervention. But all these details, Chair, are coming directly in our commitment of the budget for both RBIG and WSIG. So there isn't any separate special budget that we put aside. We prioritize the allocated budget. We make sure that in those municipalities where we are intervening, we prioritize money to go to those projects. But those details, as DM has indicated, can be provided later with full progress report on those projects. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DM.
The other one, Chairperson, Honorable Moore, you'll see, is called the City Support Program. Is run by ourselves. National Treasurer, we're working with the World Bank. There is a facility that I'm very pleased that a number of our metros, Chair, around the efficient and non-revenue water, they're taking it up. In the last few days, I was interacting with eThekwini in their turnaround plan. It's about 58 billion rands. They are going to be coming in and competing for that particular intervention. And we're also starting to do discussion to ensure that not only metros, but also the strategic towns, as I said earlier on, they must never be left behind. So that at least these matters of losses, inefficiencies are being attended to. We are mobilizing the resources that we've said, either in the state or outside the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Khumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Look, sometimes I feel as Parliament and as well as the executive, we are somehow not in touch with what is happening on the ground, as much as we say we are. But listening to statements that we are making, I sometimes feel that, look, we are not. You see, with regards to the issue of municipalities not performing, the elephant in the room here is corruption. And until we look into that one closely and deal with it, we are going to have endless meetings and endless strategies that we're trying to implement so that the municipalities can function better. So having said that, listening to the Deputy Minister, I feel I would like to concur with Makhaula when she said there is a problem with water tankers, especially in eThekwini municipality. It is true, and listening to the Minister, I'm not convinced that there is indeed a plan to deal with water tanker mafias, because these people are causing a lot of harm. And to me, I view this as nothing but criminality, which must be dealt with in a manner that needs to be dealt with. So I'm really not convinced, Deputy Minister, that indeed there is a plan to deal with this thing of water tankers. And also on the issue of sewer spillages, I recently wrote a letter, an email to the Minister, asking her to intervene in one of the towns in KZN, which is Colenso, where there is sewer spillage that is that has been going in there for years now. And up until now, I have not even received an acknowledgement of the letter that of the email that I sent to her office. It's so concerning and it's so unprofessional, I must say, that you write a letter, an email, and then you don't get a response, because I really need a proper plan as to what is the department going to do in attending to those matters of sewer spillages. And I also wanted the Minister to intervene in that part of the country, which is Colenso, KZN. And another thing, which is hopefully is going to be my last shot. In my first question, I asked about the interventions that are in place. What are the interventions when you feel that there's something wrong going on? Look, well, the Deputy Minister's answer was very good, and what the officials have said is also very good. But I feel these interventions are not effective enough when it comes to dealing with irregular expenditure and other related issues. Why am I saying that? It's because we keep on seeing these things, these irregular expenditures coming up, being reported all the time whenever we are dealing with reports such as this. So I think it's high time, maybe as Parliament or as whomsoever, that we start looking into the criminalization of irregular expenditure, because we cannot be losing so much just because people have failed to make proper decisions, just because people have flouted some financial rules that need not to be flouted, but they've done it, and they've been doing this over and over again. I think it's high time, Chair, that we start looking into criminalizing irregular expenditure. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, yes, maybe you've asked this question on the tankers because you were not available for the Indaba. But really asking the department on the tankering issue is for me the same than you ask a bank that finance your car. You know, this car has not been serviced, now it's broken. Now, what are you going to do about that? You know, the bank is going to laugh at you. So it's exactly the same with the department. It's not the department that is hiring tankers. It is local government. And COCTA should deal with this matter. Or government must make a regulation to say that no more tankering will be allowed and municipalities need to buy their own tankers. But for us to ask the department, what are you going to do about that? Is exactly what I've mentioned to you now. What are you're asking the bank, what are you going to do about this car that broke while you haven't serviced it? The bank is
Can I come in there, sir?
So I just want to say, and I hear where you come from, but we also need to be honest, and this is an ongoing, I agree 100% with you, Honourable Member. I also feel it should be stopped. But it's not the department that needs to stop it. It is local government that needs to stop that. And that instruction should come from COCTA. But let the department answer, the minister answer on this. If you would like to add something before the minister answers, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Let me clarify this point. I'm fully aware that it is not it is not a water and sanitation responsibility to attend to the issue of water tankers. I know that. I know the separation of duties. I was just making a statement that, look, it doesn't, I'm sorry if it sounded as if I'm directing this to the DM. No. I'm fully aware. What I was just saying is that it looks like there is no proper plan in place to deal with them, with the water tankers. So that question, yes, it's a responsibility of the municipality. But I was just making a general statement that.
Yeah.
But looking at the continuity of this problem, it doesn't look like there's a plan in place to deal with this issue.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to respond?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, Chair, we have to find each other in terms of appreciations of our roles and responsibility. We do support local government because it's an injunction in law in terms of Section 154. And you could see a number of these support initiatives, whether it's training, whether it's implementation and so forth, including the issues of applying Section 63. But Section 63 of the Water Services Act can only be invoked, Chairperson, at the time when there is Section 139 already in place. We are working together in the Interministerial Committee of Local Government, wherein we are looking at intervention. A number of our intervention, Chairperson, whether it's 139 and so forth, they have actually not given us the desired results. That's why when the Ministry of COCTA, without being their spokesperson, but because we work together, they are actually looking at the review of the white paper. There's already a documentation in place to make it easy for interventions and support. Remember, local government is another sphere. They are not actually a subsphere of national government. They too, their rights and responsibilities on how we relate with them. In the main, Zwide, some of the issues you can raise, corruption is an ugly thing, but the biggest issue there is about leaders. Leaders must be in a position to make decisions. Sometimes they make a decision to do nothing about the problem. The fact of the matter that we met under one roof, we agreed on a minimum program. Now it's time to hold each other accountable in terms of the commitment and action. For an example, Chairperson, you're absolutely correct. I've responded on the tankers. If we say that tankering is not a good idea, on our side, we say it's a temporary fixture. It must never be a permanent fixture. Immediately, municipalities, they are making tankering a permanent fixture. It does not make sense because one, the citizens are not going to get water in a reliable way. There's also the possibility that water will be polluted. But second, the municipalities, you can't charge people. It then becomes part of your component of non-revenue water. What is the plan? It's not that there is no plan, but it's the implementation. We've agreed that municipalities do insourcing. eThekwini, as an example, I know that they are trying to do an insourcing. But it's an embarrassment in a metro that we are doing tankering. We should not be doing tankering. We have said to them, please insource them, use them as a temporary measure. The water must come from the tap. Remember, eThekwini, we have lost people there. Actually, people who are just depot managers, the chairperson, including that you know now that the SIU is being referred to deal with these issues. We cannot afford that people are being killed. Then the emergency of issues of black market, people stealing water and so forth. That's why even when we met with you, you joined us to deal with the problems there. We agreed that there must be a program to ensure that we deal with criminality in the broader sense. Honorable Ngumalo, the matter that we are raising of sewer spillages is something that is inhumane. We don't like it. But in the reality, you know that these are the assets, are not the assets of the department. These are the assets of the municipalities. Sewer spillages is inhumane. It must be eliminated. In certain instances, were to come in to intervene. You remember Mfuleni, the water spillage, the sewer spillage is running into the streets and people's homes. Some of the children actually until went to university when the sewer was in their homes for more than 25 years. Those who have been following the matters, we went in there. DT Chimbate is making an example for you on how we intervened, brought in the soldiers, they failed. We brought in Ervat, they failed. Ultimately, we brought our capable institution, Randwater. They came in and started to deal with the issues of the sewer spillages. In the main, that sewer spillages was the function of the pipes that were not working, the drains that were actually not working. And it's the same matter we've actually identified in terms of the blue drop, the green drop. And then you know now Mfuleni has improved in as much as the problem is not totally eliminated. Now Mfuleni, we're assisting them to deal with the water problem now. And that's why we're trying to help them sustainably through the SPV. At home in my province in Mpumalanga, there's a town called Standerton, Likwa local municipality. Business nearly ran away on the basis that there were sewer spillages getting into schools. Some of the homes, they were not actually even reticulated in terms of sewer. That were done by human settlement. We fixed the problem of Standerton. Remember, Standerton ultimately was placed by the courts under the administration, the Minister of Finance as the mayor of that municipalities. There are many of them. We don't like sewer in the streets. We don't like sewer actually getting into the water courses. And we don't like sewer to be within the homes of our people. It's important that we should be able to appreciate. But please note, Zwit, support has limitations. Even the interventions were limited by issues of budget and resources. At the very same time, we have to get local government to work. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honourable member, are you satisfied?
Not entirely, especially when it comes to sewer spillages. My understanding is that the department can, as a way of intervening into this matter, by writing or holding the mayor and the municipal manager accountable for sewer spillages, because, like the DM has said, it's something that nobody likes to see, but it's happening anyway. Now, my point is, what is stopping? Because, like I said earlier, my understanding was that the minister can give a warning of some sort to both the minister, both the mayor and the municipal manager, that they must fix that problem, as in yesterday. So I'm not yet well answered there. Thank you.
That point,
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, just shortly, Chairperson, Honorable Zwide, you know, we have taken municipalities to court. When Honorable Sitlolo was here earlier on, there are many municipalities we have prosecuted. Even in my own province, you can go now. Emalahleni local municipalities, they're in court. They're in trial right now. We are looking at charging them about 600 million rands. Go to Ermelo, Umsugalikwa, they've been taken to court. They've been fined more than 300 million rand. You go to Victor Kanye, there are many of them. We do act on them. But if the question is like you are saying in Colenso, where you are saying there's a problem, we can write. But writing them does not solve the problem. We do enforcement and regulation, Chairperson, but in certain instances we support. But if Honorable Zwide Ngumano wants us to give him the name of all the municipalities, we have given them notices, we have given them directives, those that we have taken them to court, and what has happened, we are gladly going to share that with him if he requires that information, Chairperson. But we are not sitting on our laurels.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Colleagues, this was a marathon meeting, nearly 2 hours longer. We really appreciate everybody that is on the call. May I just ask, Minister, lastly, there's 2 questions in the chat where a member did not have any connectivity. Whether the Research Commission has answered on that, but can I ask that both these 2 questions may be answered in writing to the Honourable Member, and then we can deal with it that way. Colleagues, thank you very much for today's meeting. Next week, not next week, on the 6th, we will have a meeting again. That will be in person in Cape Town. So thank you very much and have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you, and the meeting is adjourned.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to members, and thanks to City Water Research Commission.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, DM. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.